Hey everyone, Sprinks here. Just wanted to give you a little forewarning to the beginning here. Writer's mic has a little echoey effect. It gets sorted out about a couple minutes in, but just wanted to let you know. Anyway, hope you enjoy this episode of the podcast.
Mornings are for coffee and contemplation.
Well, I do like me some contemplation.
And I know you don't like coffee. Welcome everybody to this episode of Cheap Seat Critics podcast. End of the season until the recap. With me today we have.
Hello, everybody. I'm a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And in case you haven't noticed by the title or the thumbnail, by what you clicked on, we're covering Stranger Things, Season 1.
How peculiar.
Yeah. Go jump to a fire. That was a good Crimson.
I'll start us with going over our socials we have. If you're interested at all, we are at Cheap Seat Critics on Instagram and TikTok. We are over on Facebook at Cheap Seat Critics Podcast. We're also at Twitter with Cheap Seat Critics, but it's CRIX. We also have a LetterBox if you're interested in that. And if you are watching on the YouTube side of things or are interested in the visual aspect, on youtube.com/@cheapseatcritics for PNG tubers that we have, which are now updated since we've celebrated our anniversary, and the slideshow of whatever it is we're covering.
Woo! Yeah. made it a full year, guys. Can't believe it still.
Yeah.
Wild.
By...
Let us. Oh well. What?
Went by real quick.
Didn't want to cut you off. Let us begin before we go into facts. Let's go with history. Let's go with Crimson. What's your history with Stranger Things, specifically season 1, but as a whole, you can.
Sure. I've seen seasons 1, 2, and 3 once. I've seen a couple episodes of season 4. I have not finished it yet. Season 1, I kind of got swept. I think it was you and Sinister that tried to get me to watch it with you guys. I don't remember 100%. But it was the craze. Everybody was watching Stranger Things. The best thing ever made. And I guess discussing today, we will find out if I think that's true or not. That's about it.
All right. Ryder, what's your history?
Well, a similar story to kind of Crimson there, but I remember very distinctly watching Stranger Things with you and my buddy Biamon, Honey167, when we were in the middle of moving out of my apartment.
That is true.
Yeah, so it was very weird. It was a very weird time, but we binged Stranger Things. We watched like 4 episodes in my apartment, and then the house was empty. Like, you and I slept on the floor of my apartment for a couple days before we went over to my friend's house to spend a week, more or less. And that's where we finished the show. I don't remember how much of the show I don't think we finished all of the show, watched all of the show at their house, but I think we started at my place and then we finished it at theirs. We were still sitting on the floor and sleeping bags. So I have very, very nostalgic memory that was spawned out of this show. And since then, I have watched some of season 2, and I never finished season 2. So for me, season 1 is pretty much all I was familiar with and all I still am currently familiar with. But yes, very, very funny life happens sort of time for me watching Stranger Things. That's my history.
Gotcha. I guess I'll go with mine. I've seen season 1 now. After watching for the podcast, I've seen season 1 I think 5 times. I've seen season 2 twice, season 3 3 times, and season 4 once. In entirety. I was introduced to this by my family, who said it was an 80s like show, and I'm very fond of the 80s, so I'm like, yeah, sure. Loved it. And then tried introducing it to Crimson, introduced it to Ryder, introduced it to some other folks, and it's still going strong. It's still vastly popular. So much merchandise is out there, so much. Universal Halloween Horror Nights, I think, is doing Stranger Things 2 years in a row now for their haunted houses.
It's into video games now.
That's right. Yeah, it's in some video games. It's in Dead by Daylight, or I guess was in Dead by Daylight, but still present, and Far Cry 6. There's
And
probably
it's
some others.
got its own games.
Oh, and it's got its own games. Some mobile games, like 8-bit looking ones. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's pretty much wraps up my history. I'll go into facts now. I got some facts. I tried, being that season 4's out, I tried to find facts to season 1 only, because that's what we're covering today. So take these with a grain of salt. Who knows how much are true and how much is falsified. So the release date of season 1 was July 15th, 2016, which is 7 years ago, which is crazy.
God, we're all old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The runtime of season 1 is 402 minutes. I believe it is the shortest season out of all the 4. The budget for it was about $6 million per episode, which is roughly, being 8 episodes, $48 million.
Okay.
I could not find a box office or revenue that the show got, so I have no information on that.
So
The rate.
Sorry, I was going to say it's all in that Netflix like ratio. That's pretty much the only indications you're going to get.
The rating for it is TV-14, which I think is appropriate. The genre is science fiction, mystery, horror, drama. There is a multitude of directors. There is the Duffer Brothers, Sean Levy, and actually I think those 3 are the only 3 that directed episodes. Yeah, only those 3 directed. Out of the 8 episodes, only 2 were directed by Sean Levy. The rest were the Duffer Brothers.
This is just for season 1.
Yes.
Because I'm assuming that I feel like they would have assigned other directors going forward after that, but I don't know. So
possibly.
But it's the Duffer Brothers' baby, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And then some fun facts I have. First one here is Millie Bobby Brown, who plays 11, did shave her head for the show. That was real. That was not a wig or, I guess, CGI'd or anything. That was her actual shaved head. The show is based off of the Montauk Project from the 80s, involving time travel, warfare, and child kidnapping.
Just your average dystopian stuff?
Yeah, so it's somewhat actually based on true events. Third fact I have here was Stranger Things was rejected over 15 times. Apparently, they didn't. Networks didn't like that the show centered around children, but wasn't targeted to kids. A quote here: "You either got to make it into a kids show or make it about this Hopper character investigating paranormal activity around town." One network told them.
I mean, it'd still be okay with Hopper being the main character.
I'm kind of happy they stuck with their vision. I mean, Hopper is my favorite character, so I'm biased, but like I think they do a good job with balancing the main cast of characters. So
I think so, fairly well. And last fact I have here is Steve was originally going to end up another way. The Duffer Brothers revealed that they had no original plans to reconcile Nancy and Steve at the end, yet the actor, Joe Keery, that played Steve was very likable and charming, that they ended up tweaking his character and giving him an alternate ending. He was actually meant to be killed off at the end of season 1.
Wow.
Interesting.
And look at those later seasons.
Yeah. Curious what they would look like without him.
Yeah, I'm weighing the decision not to kill him in my head. I think that could have worked either way. I didn't feel like overjoyed that he lived because he's a very I like the character, mind you, but I mean like subjectively not my favorite character in that sense of like I think he could have served a purpose to the script if he did die, and I think he could serve a future purpose with being alive. So as he has.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's all the facts I have. Does anyone have anything before we get into it?
Rip Barb.
For Barb. Okay. Yeah, justice for Barb.
Yeah, that was a whole thing. I remember trending like hashtag justice for Barb.
Yeah.
I don't remember what started it, but I know it turned me off of season 2. Helped to turn me off from finishing season 2.
Well, who knows if we'll ever cover season 2 or beyond.
Yeah.
So. All right. Well, I guess we'll jump into it. For this structure today, and I apologize for those who want to know every single tidbit of detail that we have on the show. The structure we're going with is kind of popcorn, but centered topics around a individual's choice. So like we start with writer. Writer chooses one thing of said episode. We discuss it, and then so forth. We all get a turn, and then we kind of judge time. And because of that, we can either go again in an episode or we move on to the next. We don't want this one to be recklessly lengthy for some of you, though I know some of you do enjoy that because our Willow show was, I believe, over 6 hours or just under 6 hours. So,
Something like that.
Yeah.
we're starting with episode 1, and for Crimson's sake, I will be giving a little synopsis of each episode to help him kind of pinpoint where it was because he binge watched it and did very little to no note taking, but it is fresh in his mind. So, episode 1, titled "The Vanishing of Will Byers." Gives us a setting of a U.S. government laboratory and then a bunch of kids playing Dungeons and Dragons when Will's mother, Joyce, reports the disappearance to Chief Jim Hopper, who starts a search to assure Joyce. And the lab director, Dr. Martin Brenner, investigates an organic substance oozing from the lab's basement. They're looking for a girl. She has a tattoo on her arm of 11. Brenner is monitoring phone lines, sends agents to a diner. After Benny calls social services, Benny gets killed. And then while the boys are looking for Will, they run into 11.
Right.
Pretty good
So-
summary.
Because of this, we will start with Crimson to pick a topic of episode 1 you would like to discuss.
I'm going to talk about the diner. More specifically, Benny.
All right. I like Benny.
I think everyone loves Benny. Why did they have to kill Benny? All they had to do was take the girl. They didn't have to kill him.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest. It made me smile with when the lady who's talking to Benny, pretending to be social services, got killed by the Demogorgon at the end, and that made me smile.
Yeah. Well,
and
yeah.
Uh,
I don't know. I don't see the reason behind killing him because he would have led her to 11. 11 probably wouldn't have gone down easy, but I don't know why their first action was to kill him. He didn't even show where she was yet.
I think because they know of 11's abilities that they just have to clean up anything. So in case Benny did see 11 use any power of some sort, he had to be taken out. And I think it's also shown in episode 1 that they are ruthless to kill anyone. And he was kind of, a sideline character or just kind of a nice beginning character. So it wasn't like a jerk you're kind of rooting and it's fine if he's dying. It's more of a shock because it was a likable character.
Well, it's kind of my problem because they don't adhere to they kill anybody. It's pretty much Benny. Hopper gets off easy when he breaks in. The parents... What, I always forget the main kid's name. What's the main kid?
Mike.
The boy. Mike. Mike's parents didn't get killed or anything. They just got questioned. The teacher got questioned. Benny was the only one that got taken out. and it didn't seem like a necessary one.
Do you think it's because Benny's the only one who says he knows the kid or has the kid?
I would imagine they
Chance that he's
assumed
gained powers.
Mike's parents would know, because how would they not know, right? That if they're super cautious that they're willing just to kill anybody in proximity to 11, you think they would have just killed him regardless and not taken the chance, right?
It's
Yes, could have been a bigger cleanup though for family killing, but
yeah.
Could be. They could have set up the dad, make it look like he just killed the family or something. I don't know. Just seems inconsistent with what they're willing to do in the town.
I mean, they don't play this off in the scene, so I think killing Benny could work, but I'm kind of in agreement with Crimson in that, like, it is consistent with everything else that follows, or a lot of what follows, because this is establishing them to be very, very ruthless, and it works in that sense. Like, you are afraid of them. Like, my prime example for this would actually be later on. I don't know the lady. I don't know her names. The lady who pretended to be social services, but she shows up again at the science teacher's house. And I definitely felt tension in that scene because of what she was involved in this scene. But yeah, I think they could have done that a little bit better. There should have been more reason to kill him than it was given.
Yeah, because I agree. I get the purpose. It is to build them up as intimidating or a threat, but I just think they're inconsistent with it.
Okay, sure. I'm kind of. I see what you mean, but I think they still did it fine. I think it would have been weirder if it was like episode 3 or something, and we got more on Benny or more like his interaction with the community and other people, and then he's killed, but then still showing that he's the only one killed. I think that would have shifted the tone a bit of the doctors or the laboratory.
If I may offer a potential solution, the tweak that you would make to this scene where Benny gets killed is have 11 realize who he's talking to, 11 use her powers, Benny having seen the powers, his now has to die because of it. Like, they could be going with the intention of trying to, preserve the image that 11's just a lost kid. But eventually 11 can just show off her powers just in virtue of trying to escape, and that's why Benny gets killed, because he happens to see it.
I agree. I think that's better.
That would be the only tweak I think you need to make to the scene for it to be better.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Because again, I do like the message of it. It does establish the villains as ruthless, or the government at least, not necessarily villains, but they're antagonists.
Alrighty. How about Ryder? You go ahead with the next point.
All right, let's talk about Hop, because spoiler for the rest. I like talking about Hop. I think our introduction to Hop being like in contrast, really, with kind of Joyce and Jonathan realizing that they have a missing son. We're introduced to Hop having a very slow morning, and I like the contrast because for him it's just another day at work. He's very logical. He goes about like the normal things that happen when a kid goes missing, trying to stay calm, and that tension picks up with him as the episode progresses. As he starts to realize that there's something more here than just Will Byers is missing.
What about the 1%?
Yeah, but like I said, that works because Joyce is a mom. It's just I love that scene, but Joyce is the mom of the missing kid, so of course she's the one pressing her concern, and eventually, Hop is through deduction or works his way to the point of where Joyce is, which is okay, something's actually wrong. And I think it works very effectively. I think Hop is a very good character for the rest of the show, but I think in episode 1 he serves as he serves as a contrast, a calming voice to everyone else, pretty much.
Yeah, Hopper is, I'm pretty sure, my favorite character. I'm just going to actually say definitively my favorite character. The At least in season 1, he has some competition later down the line. But in season 1, Hopper's definitely my favorite. And I think every scene he's in is great. I love how smart he is. I love how he gives a I don't care attitude, but he does care about a lot of stuff. It's just my kind of character. His introduction was good. I liked it.
I'm in agreement that I think Hopper's introduction is very well done. That it's a very small, Hawkins, Indiana, small town. He's already left a big city, which they talk about and hint that he's had more, I don't know, more detective, but just more grittier history in his past of working. And this is a very small town, very low, nothing happens, nothing big happens. I think he said the worst was an owl landed on a lady's head thinking her hair was a nest. So he goes at everything like it's not, he doesn't blow things out of proportion. He sees it as like other people are like very panicked, so he is the voice of reason to calm, and he just what's the word I'm looking for?
Pragmatic.
Sure. Yeah. He's definitely also one for like he will believe things more when he sees it than hearing it from people. Then again, towards the end, he has trust in everyone that words do hold, but doing his detective and investigation, when he sees something, he believes it more.
I think by the end, everyone's earned their trust in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
And we'll get there when we get to the last episode. But there's a small detail that I do like by the end, when it comes to Hop.
I don't know. I don't think Hop ever second guesses something, other than from the government, the lab.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, so it's like he second guesses the body and then decides to investigate it.
Anything to do with the case of Will. I mean, but like anything.
Yeah. Especially when he starts picking up clues that the government's sabotaging stuff.
Yeah. But when Joyce tells him something, or Jonathan tells him, or
it's like guessing other characters.
Yeah, his two buddy cop friends.
Yeah. I think is it in episode 1 that he visits Hawkins' lab, or is it episode 2?
That is episode 2.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll save my point for that until then, because I think I'll simplify it now. The government gets off on the wrong foot with him, which is why he always second guesses them.
Yeah, they lied to him.
Yeah, pretty blatantly.
Yeah. It was pretty lucky that they found that little torn piece of her gown, or the hospital gown, I guess.
Yeah.
In the woods there.
It makes sense, but it is. I agree with you that it is lucky. Like, there would be some evidence left behind because she's just a young girl, so she doesn't know how to. She's not explicitly trying to cover her tracks. She's just trying to get away.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's multiple strikes of luck in the show.
Yeah. There's definitely some. Yeah. This is here to move the plot along. Obviously, kind of moments in the show.
Yeah. But on the brighter side, they're not MacGuffins.
That's true.
They're just like, this happened. Let's see. There's so much in this episode. What do I want to touch on?
Touch on your favorite character. Set him up.
Well, I guess unfortunately for discussion points, my favorite character in season 1 is Hop.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
For season 1, my favorite character is Hopper.
Oh, that's changed then. Because back when you were just watching the show, you had a different favorite character because it was only season 1. Was out at the time. You told me your favorite character was Steve. During season 1.
In season 1?
Yeah.
Or while you're watching it?
Because
I would say overall, Steve is my favorite character. But if we're talking, which is right now specifically season 1 characters only, my favorite's Hop.
Yeah, season 2 wasn't out yet when we watched it together. So at the time, you said Steve was your favorite character. I wasn't surprised because I figured Steve would be your favorite character.
Well, I do like aspects of Steve still in this season. I think I'm thinking of comparing it to all the other 3 seasons included of Steve's character. and to me, he just gets better and better. And overall, he's my favorite. But for season one, I think just that, something was it not guilty pleasure, but something that I fall for is the scumwad jerk character who turns good, and that does happen with Steven this season. So, but I don't know, something just kind of irked me in the final episode how he still gets Nancy, and that was. But no, I like Hopper as my favorite in this season. Let's see. Oh, okay. I'll talk about which is reoccurring, but it's now that I know it in my head, it's pretty prominent and can be seen. I'll talk about Sarah's hair tie. Sarah's blue hair tie that Hopper wears around his wrist.
Yeah.
It is pretty prominent throughout. It's a very small thing, very small detail, but Hopper is wearing the hair tie of his daughter throughout the whole season. He keeps it near him. He, I guess it's a little later, but he toys with it and plays with it when he calls his ex-wife. I forget her name. It's probably in my notes somewhere, but and just how he keeps it with him. And then that's reoccurring for other seasons, the hair tie, but it's just something of his daughter that he keeps close to him.
Yep.
And I guess
That would look really awful.
yeah, kind of in tie with that, I like how they hint a little about his daughter in episode 1 about he's saying like she lives with her family, and then someone tells Mr. Clark that she's passed, she's dead, and that's kind of all you get until the last episode where it shows flashbacks.
Yeah, there are the two police officers are the ones that fill us in with dialogue about Hop, I think, in the first episode. Yeah.
But I like that it's like an introduction of character for first episode towards Hop about that, and that's all kind of the audience needs to know. It's like he has a kid who has passed. Yeah. And that kind of helps him with focus on Will and helping Joyce find her son.
Yeah, it pulls us in enough just to like why he is now like willing to put all this effort in, you know?
Yeah, kind of stepping a line on what he can do.
What he's willing to do, yeah.
What he's willing to do. A little breaking and entering or pulling guns on people.
We brought up in Arrow how they made a couple reveals potentially too early in the show. Do you think the reveal that she's dead was a bit too early? I feel like that's something they could have held on to and just kept his lie. Like, at least for episode 1. Because he's like, yeah, she's with her mom. And then the audience would believe that, and then it would be something figured out, maybe in episode 2 or 3.
I'm going to go with no. I like how they did it here, because if she was alive, I think it could be played off of, especially with showing Lonnie, I think it could play off that Hop isn't a good father, or doesn't think of himself as a good father if she is alive and he's not contacting her.
Watch that what?
Like, it shows Lonnie, Will and Jonathan's dad being a bad dad and talking about Joyce negatively and whatnot of a bad father. And if Hopper's was like, oh, my daughter's gone, and then we don't see anything of no interaction. He's not calling her. He's not saying how's school. His ex-wife saying, okay, that's enough, or like some other scene added in, and it's just like excluded that it's one talk that he has a daughter, but we don't know anything till the last episode. I think it could come across that Hopper's not being a good father, with the thought that she is alive.
I didn't say the last episode. I said maybe hold it off a couple episodes. Doesn't have to be a big season reveal. This has been held off an episode or 2.
It would be a fine reveal, but I think it could toy that it's not well because of them showing Lonnie.
Let's see. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the reveal bothered me just because the dialogue for it was so natural between his coworkers, essentially, commenting why he is so serious and making sure everybody's in line to try and find Will. I think it serves as both a hook for his character, and I think it serves as something for us to just kind of get to understand Hop's psyche when it comes to this particular case. I think a reveal later on could work. I'm not opposed to the idea, but I'm perfectly fine with the way it's executed here. So I'm just kind of gonna shrug at it because I feel very neutral about it. I think it works here. So
Okay.
And you don't necessarily think it could work better or worse than what Crimson's pitching?
no, because I think it could work. So okay, if we're gonna go with the arrow thing, yes, you can make something of it. You can turn it into a reveal, like he's working too hard on it. But I think that requires too many fundamental changes to the script around him, if that makes sense, in order to get him to a point where episode 2 or end of episode 2, halfway through episode 3, where we get the reveal that his daughter's dead. I think that requires too many working changes that would need to be done to the script in order for that to have impact. I'm not saying it can't be done, but I think what we have right now is well executed enough that it never crossed my mind that they were holding off something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Okie dokie. I think we have time for another roundabout. If we want to go with writer this time, starting on a topic.
Sure. Let me scroll through my linear notes while I talk out of my ass for a second. It starts in this episode. It kind of continues. I like the use of Dungeons and Dragons as a overall thematic element in the show. And mind you, I'm a huge Dungeons and Dragons fan, even if I don't have the time or stuff to play it as often as I would want. But I like the use of it here in the opening episode, very natural, as almost set up for all the thematic elements that are going to come later involving it. And I think that ties into a lot of Mike's family stuff as well, because we learned that his sister used to be a part of Dungeons and Dragons, and now she's not, because she's a teenager and busy with boys. And I think that works because it also serves as the branching off point for her other family member, Mike's other family members, and how distant they are with him, and how I guess I'm trying to figure out how best to describe this. It's outside of the obvious over thematic overtones that it has for later in the show that's set up here. I think it also serves as a branching off point for his relationship with all his family members, but in a way that is relevant to how kids feel when they're talking to people older than them. Because there's always a sense of when you're young, you feel like you're being talked down to by adults and teenagers, where I think Dungeons and Dragons as a part of the show helps to elevate that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I agree. I like how it also is used as, Mike, Will, Dustin, and Lucas are kind of the only ones we see play Dungeons and Dragons, and the only ones, and then a little hint at Mr. Clark. But it's also a use of like code that they can discuss things of the game, of like magic or locations, and understand one another, and then have to express it to others. So I like how it's somewhat of a code that they can easily understand one another on what they're saying, which bonds them.
Yeah. Got anything?
Since you're both into D&D, is the Demogorgon an actual thing, or is that made for the show, just added?
Nope, Demogorgon's a real thing. It's not like this in the show, but
yeah, it's
the
got
show plays with the show plays with like they have names for monsters, and then the monsters in the show occur, and they just give them a name from a monster.
Yeah,
I think the closest
Demogorgon was a thing or not.
No, I'd say the closest Dungeons & Dragon monster name to an actual Stranger Things creature is in season 4.
No.
Okay.
This actually kind of leads. I just thought of because it's related to Dungeons and Dragons, their obsession with Lord of the Rings. 110% respect.
The Hobbit.
Yeah.
Funny.
But I have to but I have to kind of. Well, actually, no, that might fix it. I think unintentionally, Crimson, you just fixed my problem. So obviously, Lord of the Rings movies don't exist at this time. The Hobbit movies don't exist at this time. Thank God, we could all do without those. But that means the kids read the books, and I don't know about you guys, but those are really hard books to read. Um, it's just it's a very minor thing that I have. It's not an issue. It's just guess they're lucky to have read them, smart enough to have read them.
Yeah, I'll just say they're nerds. That's enough for me.
Yeah.
Writer, little thing. The 1977 and 1978 Hobbit and Lord of the Rings films would have been made. The animated ones.
Did they animate Lord of the Rings? I know they animated The Hobbit.
Yes.
I don't remember them
They animated Lord of the Rings. It's very hard and rare, but that is a film.
Well, if it's hard and rare, doesn't that make it more difficult for them to have seen it?
Well, I mean of today in modern age. I
Today,
mean, back
yeah.
then it could have been easily seen. I'm just saying they had access to the animated films. And when they said that the Elven campaign with Nancy was 4 years prior, that would have been 1979 of them playing D&D.
Wow, that's something to think about. They were really young when they started playing D&D. Mad respect. Yeah. It's just it's a small thing. It's not a big issue. I'm just pointing it out. I think there is something inconsistent there, but I don't really know what to put my finger on.
I think kind of the hard thing is there's no father figure, or I guess either mother figure, who read them Lord of the Rings or told them, like they introduced them to the kids. Yeah, there's no story of how they got into it.
The only person I think who would have introduced it to them was Jonathan. Jonathan to Will, and Will would have spread it through the rest of them.
I guess that would make sense, yeah.
But like I said, there's just I don't know what it is. I think there's just something missing there to kind of tie that into a bow for me for it to work. Because I, obviously, as a Lord of the Rings fan, really appreciate all the references. I appreciate the references to Star Wars and everything. It's just very, very... It just seems... at least the Lord of the Rings aspect stuff seems like it's there for the reference, not for the characters, if that makes my sense.
I guess so.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's not a huge issue. I don't have a... I don't see it as a gaping wound, but... it just, something is missing there. Otherwise, I think, I'm just pointing it out.
Okay. Possible played for reference more than realism.
Yeah.
So. Alrighty, Crimson, you got another point you want to tackle in episode 1?
What was Nancy's storyline in episode 1?
Nancy is with Steve now, and Barb's kind of giving warnings, and then Tommy and Carol.
Oh God, those two. I was talking about. I guess I'll just talk about the popular group. Those two, or I guess just Steve's friends, because there's two girls, but one kind of just comes in and out of the group.
One's just an informant. It feels like.
Yeah.
Oh, one who saw the pictures Jonathan was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she pops in and out here and there, but she's not a consistent member, I suppose. But yeah, they're awful. Except Steve. Steve is an interesting character because he. I forgot did you call him a sleazebag? I don't remember what you called him, Specs, but
sure, sleazebag.
Whatever we heard him to. I think he's more complex than that. Steve is pretty good in this because his friends they're terrible. They're terrible. He can kind of be a sleazebag in proxy because he's friends with them. He tolerates their attitudes towards others, but he doesn't typically really dogpile with them. He tries to moderate them.
It feels it feels like Steve is like friends with them because they were friends beforehand. You know what I'm saying? Like they were friends from childhood, which is why he just hangs out with them, even if he doesn't like everything they do.
Yeah, because they brought up at least the guy and girl who known each other since elementary school. I think they said, or 7th grade. Or, I think it was 7th grade actually. So yeah, I think he's just stuck with those two losers.
And he's not necessarily popular. Like, not we don't see anything in school where a lot of people are like, "Hey, Steve," or "Hey, there goes Steve." Like, no one's talking about it. I guess people know of him, but he doesn't seem to be like a positive popular influence, I think.
Well, Barb was kind of building up with her talk with Nancy at the locker. Like he's this big kid at school.
Yeah.
Like he's
But I don't know if that's just Barb
it's
giving words to Nancy to chill her down or like
it's
snap out of it.
Well, I mean, even Nancy points it out that he's a womanizer. So, like, you're just going to add me to your list of women, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, Steve, I think it's fair to say that they're supposed to be the popular group.
Yeah. They're not the top of the pyramid, pretty high up. Because you're right, Springs. We don't really see any relation with them and just rando students too much. We didn't really get much of the rando students in general, just in the background. We had Nancy looking around, thinking everyone's looking at her. That's later.
It was a bunch of extras. That was pretty much it.
Well, I'm just going to cover bullies in general. We got the bullies as well.
Oh, Troy and the other guy.
Yeah, I think they're too cartoony for me.
Well, they definitely
the other two
yes.
with Steve's group is kind of borderline, but these two I think are full cartoons. They have nothing going for them.
It feels like they learned how to be a bully by watching TV bullies, if that makes sense.
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, they're all probably around 12.
Well, probably.
Yeah, no, I agree. They are very animated.
Yeah, we don't really get a reason to why they bully them, other than just, I guess they're easy to pick on.
They're the losers.
They don't actually have any personal
grudges
connection that we are given to why they choose them. We got frog face, and I forgot all the other descriptors that they gave.
Midnight, frog face, and toothless.
And Dustin, I refer to him as Chewbacca, and I will be continuing that throughout the rest of the podcast.
He's not that hairy.
No. That's what I'm doing.
Okie dokie. I will wrap us up with... Ooh. Something really small. But I will wrap us up with the effects of episode 1, specifically the particle effects near the gate. I think they look so damn cool.
Oh, in the hallway? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The fucking, like, ash raining from the sky looked really cool. I do like that.
And how they're just slowly moving all directions and the flashlights bouncing off of them. And it looks amazing. Also, a lot of vibes from other films. So being that I'm talking about the particle, it felt very Alien. The hazmat suits and the kind of older equipment, but
it felt very biohazardy with the ash in the air.
Yeah.
When you say it looks good, are you saying it's like actually well done, or just it looks cool?
I think it looks well done.
No, I thought it looked really cheap.
So?
No.
Oh, you thought the particles looked cheap?
Yeah, I thought they looked really cheap.
Oh.
Almost something you could get like on a mobile app. Remember those the movie maker things? Yeah, FX, Movies FX. It just seemed like a filter from that to me, with the particle effects specifically.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because a lot of the time they don't interact with the particles. Most of them are like foreground in front of the characters or whatever subject is we're looking at. Sometimes they do move around the characters, obviously, but overall it just seemed very cheap to me. And I think the worst CG in at least episode 1 is at the very beginning when they show the facility. That just looked terrible.
Oh, the pan
The
down?
exterior building, yeah, not
From
the
the
interior.
Night sky to the building?
Yeah, I thought that looked bad.
Oh,
I'm too used to Star Wars. I just shrugged.
yeah, looked fine.
Star
Star Wars
I
opens
think I don't-
every movie with panning from the stars down to something.
Yeah.
So
No, I don't have a problem
Good.
with that. It's the building itself looked really fake.
I
The visual
think
looked bad.
I might be a little biased, maybe. And Crimson, this is probably why I think I get what you're saying, but it's a little harder for me. Is because I fond of 80s, so I really just love the look of everything of that, and I think the show really nails that, which I find, I guess, slightly nostalgic, but just a boost of, hey, they captured the feel of the old, not only just what the 80s look like, but also the film technique. So I think I praise it for that, to look like stunning, like, oh, that looks right out of an Alien movie, even though it's not modern age done. I guess, if that makes sense.
If I'm getting what you're saying properly, let's say if we had a time machine, we plopped this into the 80s and gave them the technology for the CG, you think it would fit in? You think this would
if we put
match an 80s
in the
film?
80s?
Yeah.
I think the effects and the sound design, I think probably. I think the thing that we got better in Stranger Things than the 80s is cameras, to get better quality of close-ups, and it's not as distorted or fuzzy when things are far away.
Well, you're bringing up how it was also filmed like 80s. I don't think this was filmed like an 80s product.
I think some
It felt very
elements-
modern in the style it was
I think
filmed.
some elements were 80s, which maybe focused on those parts that were more referenced. So like parts that felt like Alien, or my big thing from this season after we're watching again and again, very E.T. This whole season 1 feels very E.T.
I guess there's some elements to that, I suppose.
But I guess that's it for episode 1. If you have any questions, please comment below wherever you're listening. We will look at them, get to them in the recap if we can, and we can answer more there. But for now, we'll go to episode 2. One quick thing, Ryder, I don't know if you've done it. I will let you know episode 1 was written by the Duffer Brothers.
Oh, cool.
Because I have a
did they
final question for you when we wrap up.
All right.
Okay, episode 2, synopsis here. The boys bring 11 back to Mike's house, discuss what to do. Will's brother Jonathan visits Lonnie in Indianapolis. Hopper search party discovers a scrap of hospital gown. Using Dungeons & Dragons board, 11 indicates that Will is in the Upside Down. Mike's sister Nancy and her friend Barbara go to a party at Steve's. Joyce receives another call from Will, hears music playing from his stereo, and sees a creature through the wall. And when Barbara's left alone, she gets attacked by the Demogorgon. We will begin with Crimson.
Wow! Again, back to back. All right, well, we'll go with the party, Steve's party, and how Barb is 100% on point with Nancy. Nancy is acting differently around Steve. It's very apparent to the audience, and obviously not to herself. Even Jonathan, the little stalker, caught on to it and called her out later in this season. And I think they captured it pretty well, trying to pressure an introvert, this being Barb, into these situations. The peer pressure of the pocketing the beer or whatever that was.
Presumably
I
it
thought it was
beer.
all handled very well
Yeah,
here.
it was probably a can of beer.
Some sort of alcoholic beverage that Steve did not want his parents to know about. Yeah, I mean, Steve's friends still tool bags. There you go. Don't know if you guys got much on this scene since we're talking about it.
Party. I think it's kind of lucky Barb just didn't immediately go to the car and leave. She just decides to stick around and kick the water.
How rude of her just to drop blood in the pool as well.
I think for the most part, I think everything else kind of works. Jonathan comes off as a bit of a creep here. Obviously, I think that's the intention.
Very creepy.
Very lucky he doesn't see the Demogorgon, considering he took a fucking picture of it.
Oh, that's what I would have written down if I had notes for it. Yeah, very lucky he didn't see it.
That to me, I think was the biggest flaw of the scene, because it'd be very obvious. Be very obvious, still, Springs. The fucking giant monster there is standing there behind Barbara, because it's in the blue light. His camera is. Yeah,
I think it's more that Barbara didn't say anything. She didn't scream. She just vanished.
Okay, so here's the issue with that, right? So the scene, the picture is black and white, right? But it's still the set that Barbara is sitting at is extremely well lit, which is why the giant monster being there would be very obvious for Jonathan to see.
Yeah.
So that
I agree.
That's where the main issue of Jonathan not seeing the monster comes from. Very lucky, and you're right, Barb should have also screamed. That's also something else too.
Was the potential fix to Barb screaming,
which was
but it would rely on convenience? Huh?
No, sorry, go on.
Because we see later that the Demogorgon just fades in and out of the real world, I guess, top world. It doesn't have to crawl back where it came from. It can just fade out and back into the upside down, which in of itself I don't. Huh?
When does it fade?
When it's stuck in the bear trap, it fades out.
It literally just poops out into the
teleports. So maybe he grabbed her right when he was teleporting out. That's the potential scream fix, but the whole fact that the Demogorgon can just fade out, I think, is an issue in of itself. Which, should we talk about that now, or just when we get to the bear trap stuff?
Can you remind me, at the bear trap, was there any blood in the real world?
Yeah.
Or was it only in the upside down?
No,
Nancy, it was covered in goo and blood and stuff.
But did it have a trail in any direction? Or was it just on the bear trap?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay, because I remember
when Steve was hitting it with a bat, there was definitely splatter off of it. I don't know if there was a trail on the carpet.
No. Okay. I could think that it wasn't disappearance, and that it cut its leg off because it's shown in the trap. I don't know any instance where it poofed anywhere other than 11 attacking it in the final episode. But I think it just makes portals. Even for the bear trap scene, it cut its leg off and made a portal and escaped, but it was straight.
Its leg isn't in the bear trap. It didn't cut off its leg.
No, not its foot.
It didn't cut off its foot. It's just the bear trap.
Its foot wasn't cut. It just left that much gunk.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was no foot there, from my recollection.
There was no foot there.
Oh. I thought all that gunk could have been a foot.
It was not. Yeah, it just faded away. Swapped over to another world. It is not Dead by Daylight where it places a portal on the floor. That's not what we see here.
Was it still present when Jonathan used the fire extinguisher? Or are you saying it was already gone before?
No, it disappeared in the flames. Then he extinguished it. Yeah. He extinguished it once it disappeared.
There was some very bad fire CG, so it's harder for me to forget that.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue that is what you think it is, and that's your opinion to take from it. That's fine. I think it can still be portaled, and I'm going with that. It is portal, and that's the only way it can escape. I don't know any.
Okay, but where's the evidence for that, though?
How is it portaling then?
in the fire it went down. That's the residue gunk, and we see with the tree.
They would have taken the bear trap with it.
No, that's why I thought its foot was cut off. But you're saying it wasn't. So how did it escape the bear trap? And the bear trap didn't go with it. It left gunk in its residue. We saw with the tree stump that material or world, same with I guess the wall in Joyce's house, that it can restructure itself to look or just turn it back into its original form of what it was and not have a portal residue problem left behind. So I think because of that, it could have just gone into the ground. It could have gone into, I think it was the ground more than likely because of the blood trail in the upside down that travels, because it was in that spot from what Hop and Joyce saw when they were traveling through the house, that it went straight into the ground and then the ground reformed to its original place, because we saw that with the walls in Joyce's house, both in Will's bedroom and then I think the first instance of the living room. So she breaks it down, then it comes back. It comes through the ceiling. So yeah, I think twice, because it starts covering itself back up. And it wasn't the Demogorgon. I don't know what really caused it, but when Will was on the other side, like talking to his mom, and then you see the wallpaper start like healing itself to get rid of it. So I think that's just a property that the portals can have and cover themselves or fix themselves back to reality of what they were. And I think that's just what occurred in the hallway.
Well,
Okay, the issue with
each time we saw that it was slow.
Yeah, that's the issue. It can't. The problem with that, Springs, is that it's instantaneous in this scene, which is inconsistent from everything else that we've seen beforehand.
Also, if we're going with the portal theory on the floor, the Demogorgon would have been lowered going through the portal. It literally fades away. It doesn't go down. It fades away. And that's something that confuses me, because I would agree with the portal thing if it lowers to the ground, but it visually you can see it just disappear. It doesn't go down. Which makes me wonder why people in the Upside Down can't just phase back into the normal world either. Why is it one directional?
I think the implication on at least why people can't do that is that we just don't have the DNA of whatever it is. Because Will gets implanted with whatever the fuck, and we can see him flashing, at least temporarily, back to the Upside Down at the end. So it's implied, at least to me, that you have to be connected to this creature because the creature is unique to do that.
Okay.
I'm only working with my season 1 knowledge.
Sure, that work. Work with what's provided.
Okie dokie. Well, writer, and you go ahead with a new topic.
Okay. We did the party, teleporting monster. Let's see. Is this where we're introduced to the lights?
Well, flickering of lights, no communication with lights. That's the next episode.
Yeah. The dramatic run is in the next episode.
Yeah. We've had first episode was one telephone. This one is a second telephone.
Yes. Okay. A small scene that I think is really, really impactful. But Benny is found having apparently committed suicide.
Cover up.
Yeah.
I do like the line that Hop gives.
So do I.
Everything's been kind of random, but Benny was a friend. Yeah.
And, I love that. I love the dialogue of the scene. I love a lot of the dialogue in the show, actually. But I really love the dialogue in the scene because, the cop kind of sort of jests, like, missing kid and the suicide must feel like a big city cop again, huh, Chief? And he just replies that, yeah, mostly dealt with strangers back then. Benny was a friend. Which I think is very, very good. I obviously wish we had more Benny in the show, because Benny was such a great character. But I think this does enough to, imply the history of it being a small town. The dialogue can carry a lot of the weight in whatever you're showcasing. And I think this is an instance where it does really well.
And it wasn't an error, because you can see it in the background when 11 gets there. I don't remember his name, and I didn't write down, but the old man that Hop kind of interviews.
Oh, yeah.
Later,
talking about that he was at Benny's when he saw 11.
Yeah, he's with the group of boys.
Yeah, which is just another connection to Benny's and present and connect everything where it works. So it's not like Benny was here, Benny's gone. It's still like little hints at Benny's to give a more well-rounded feel of a community.
Yeah. Oh man, I have another small thing I want to hop to, just because it's another little tiny character-related nugget.
Hop to.
Exactly.
Funny.
Yeah. Maybe I should say Nancy too. But I actually really like that when Jonathan goes to school to hang up flyers, that Nancy is the one willing to leave her quote unquote group of friends to kind of go comfort him.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I don't think or never got that Nancy is friends with Tommy or Carol.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying we never get that either. But I like that she doesn't subscribe to the group mentality that much. Like she's willing to step out and comfort somebody who's feeling isolated, which is testament to kind of who she is as a character.
And she does it again when they rip up the image or the pictures. She stays and then picks them up some, even though for herself. But
yeah, she just happens to catch Barb, which is lucky, but it's okay. That's more acceptable.
It's also lucky that all the pieces she grabbed were the right pieces.
Yeah,
that's what I find lucky.
Yeah,
she has the amount in the kind of windy, all scrapped and thrown on the floor together that the four or how many she picked up did compile a full image.
Yep.
It's just a luck.
That's the next episode, right? When she's doing that.
Yeah, they do the compiling in the next episode.
I have more on it, so I'll save that for next part.
But yeah, I mean to kind of broadly bring it back to the Benny scene, it's a lot of good world building done in dialogue. So we know how one Cheap Hoff feels about everybody in the town to a degree. Everybody knows everybody, and it comes into play later when he talks to the librarian, just a little bit in a more humorous way. But this is just it's the small things really that really help establish the world building around the characters, and I think lines like with Benny are really help the show. With Hops about Benny, so
yeah.
And I think, I guess revealing that Hopper was a city cop at some point, I think also helps bolster his skill as a cop. Because there's this like stereotype in at least media that like country cops don't know much, right?
Yeah, they deal with
proven by his two partners here.
They deal with far less. As he says, the worst thing that ever happened in the town was an owl. The owl incident or whatever.
Yeah. No, I agree that Hop has this more trained background that the other ones just kind of are nonchalant on investigations or things that occur.
Actually, I'm going to make a reference here. It reminds me of Hot Fuzz, with the city cop obviously having more skill, and it virtually just comes from experience, because when you're in a larger city, you deal with more crime of the vast variety. Whereas when you move out into the country, you just don't deal with it as much, which is why Hot Fuzz, at least the first half before everything starts being unveiled, you have the very clear distinction of why he's such a contrast to all the other cops that are there. And the same works here. Is why Hop is a level above all the other ones, or a level above his two coworkers, just because by virtue of the fact that all the experience that he had as his big city cop, he's willing to dig deeper and ask those questions.
Yeah. I'll go next with something. I forgot to say the title of this episode, by the way. It's Chapter 2. I guess they're all in chapters. Chapter 2, The Weirdo on Maple Street. But what I'll tackle is I think this episode might be the one with the most questionable errors. I know there's some things here and there. There was a continuity error in the first episode I didn't touch on, but there's just some errors in this one. First off, Flo tells Chief that Joyce called earlier. How was she able to do that, being that her first phone was fried and this was before she got a new one?
She could have gone to a neighbor's house, someone.
I suppose.
That's not too bad. Yeah, because we see in the context of Hop using a phone booth to kind of avoid being listened in on. But yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible.
Another one, when the I don't think he ever has a name, but the like energy guy who's like, oh, I'm here for maintenance to like check things in for the lab. When he goes to the buyer's residence and gives one knock and waits and says they're all clear. What if someone was in the bathroom?
I agree. Well, on the sloppy side.
And then another error or questionable error, I think. Oh, the first instance of 11 getting a bloody nose. Why didn't she get one when she was turning the fan off? In episode 1.
Wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
It also took her longer. That's like the longest it takes her to do
focused.
anything with her powers.
Okay. And then why did 11 come downstairs when the family was having a family dinner?
Tension.
Why was she even upstairs?
Well, she was upstairs.
Couldn't tell you.
She was upstairs because they were talking about this. Is this the one where she also shows Will? Will shows her around the house, right?
Mike. Yes.
Sorry. Mike shows her around the house. So I think she was up there because of Will's picture. I don't know why they didn't move their conversation to the basement, but that's just where we last saw them.
Wasn't that a different day? Oh,
Yeah.
How many days does this season take place?
That's a good question.
My guess.
Will should have died from dehydration.
Yeah.
Lack of food and Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's one of my issues as well. I think it's a week, at most.
I'd say a week, because it's November 6th is the start, and then it cuts to a month at the end.
Christmas.
Is it Christmas Day or Christmas? I mean, they haven't opened gifts, so maybe that's Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Which would mean that it would be from November 6th to the 24th. If it's a 1 month skip to Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
But then again, it never states that it actually is Christmas Eve.
It's a safe bet.
Yeah.
So
it's a little over 2 weeks.
A week to 2 weeks is what we're going with here. Definitely not under a week.
Yeah, definitely not under a week. No way.
So Will's dead.
I think there's too
Good
many
to know.
day and night cycles.
Yeah, I agree. That is something I wrote down as well. Will is dead. But there's too many day-night cycles for it not to be this way.
Yeah. And there's never anything showing Will eating anything in the Upside Down.
Yeah, there's nothing for that as well. Yeah. That's one of my bigger issues.
Another one, when Steve like slept the night, I guess. When did he leave? Did he leave before the brothers came back with 11 when it was raining, or did he leave after that?
Oh, at Nancy's?
I think because it's a weird thing that Karen and I forget the dad's name, Mr. Wheeler, in this house have no clue that their daughter has a guy in her room twice, and then Mike and his friends have a girl in the basement. And they make noise. Like, Mike's also not being quiet. He's, like, running up and down the stairs. He's talking normal volume. Like, there's no whispering.
The implication, at least for the kids, is that the parents are off at work.
Most of the time.
Yeah, because
it's at night.
Yeah, it's implied. Well, yeah, at night there's nothing to excuse that. I think.
Well, if like Mike, he could say he's on the walkie with his friends. Nancy, I don't know. I don't know what her excuse could be.
Well, I mean,
so that was just another question because I didn't know when Steve left.
Okay, actually, I think I got one for you, Crimson. It's shown in the first episode Nancy's always on her phone gossiping with her friends.
Okay.
I think that could explain away at least the noise in her room, partially. At least when she's talking louder.
Wouldn't account for hearing that dude's voice, though.
It wouldn't
she even comments, my parents are here. And Steve's like, oh, that's weird. I don't see them.
Yeah.
That tells you that they are in the house.
Yeah, they're in the house. Parents are just not attentive, which is very lucky for everyone else.
Yeah.
The dad can be a pass because he doesn't really care much. The mom, I think, would notice.
Yeah, the mom would notice. Then again, she is dealing with a toddler, somewhat of a toddler.
That's true.
So
Molly.
that is That is very, very distracting when you're a parent. But I guess I'm 50-50 on it. I could see a problem being there, but I don't think there's enough of it to ferment it as one. If that makes sense.
Okay. No, yeah, that's fine. The last error I have of this episode was Mike doesn't go to school, and like Dustin and Lucas are like, "Oh, where's Mike? I don't know." And Mike's at home teaching 11 like how Lazy Boy works. With the fact that Will Byers is missing and kids are missing, would the school not contact Mrs. Wheeler?
I think Mrs. Wheeler contacted them. I mean, that's what you would do, right? As a parent, hey, my kid's not coming in today.
Well, no, later when she comes home, she goes, I think she says, Nancy or whatever, is that you? And then Mike goes, 1 second. And then she gets confused. It's Mike. So she didn't know.
Right. This is where he didn't ask to stay home today. He tricked his mom. Like, he pretended to go to school, then came back. You're right.
Yeah, but the school never contacted, though the school knew he wasn't present.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem.
It could have been something where they called the home phone and she was out doing groceries because she returned with groceries, so she didn't get the call. And it would just pair that when Mike's showing 11 around that the phone wasn't before or after that. So I think
it's possible
go together, but I think it's definitely more. I mean, kind of a big thing I have here is a kid is missing, and yet they let the kids kind of just run amok.
Who's this they you're talking about?
Who's the what?
Who's the they you're referring to?
Mike, Lucas, and Dustin.
Well, no, you're saying that they are letting the kids run amok. Who's the they running them? Well, I mean, not really.
Samwise
they're just ignoring the parents.
Well, Samwise is busy going to Mortar. We can forgive him. I haven't met. We don't meet Lucas's parents at all. Though
no,
we know that
meet Lucas or Dustin's parent, or I guess Dustin's mom in season 1. We just know the Wheelers and the Byers.
Yeah, and then we know Lucas has like a combat knife. So I'm going based off of what I know from season 1. He's got some. His parents are quite loaded, shall we say?
Well, they also brought up how it would be Alcatraz if they got caught.
Oh, at his place, right. So
yeah.
That implies a lot about his family without us having seen them.
So I think the parents are trying. It's just the kids are ignoring the parents.
Okay.
But I guess on the phone call, potential workaround with they called while she was gone, but we don't really know any of that. So
not in the script.
Could be.
You can't really. It's a fixable problem, but it's still a problem. So, yeah.
And I think out of that list, that's why I think this one has the most, questionable errors in this episode.
Yes. My turn, correct?
Yeah, if you got something to go to.
I guess it's kind of the rules of the upside down. There we go. I always want to call it the underground.
It's funny. I always call it the other side in my notes, just because it's a reference to a game. So.
Yeah. The upside down kind of confuses me. I mean, it's got a good visual aesthetic, but obviously the world changes to some degree because, like, Will's fort is out there. When does the world stop adhering to the normal world? We don't see cars driving around without people in them, but we do see cars on the road just sitting there. So I don't know how the mirror works. If someone builds a building in the top world, does it then get magically built on the upside down? I've got a perplexing question because I don't know the answer. I think there'd have to be a stopping point, but then I don't think it would make much sense if there is a stopping point.
Yeah.
I think they could establish a stopping point, but you're right in that they don't. So I guess so. There's two kind of interpretations I
Oh,
walked away with.
wait. Crimson, what was your question? One more time. Just clarify it for me.
I guess how does the upside down get represented by the top world? I guess in general, because it has all the stuff mirrored, or they are present, but
Okay.
cars don't move like they would. But you'd think they just have no drivers in the upside down; they would just be moving along because they're physical objects, right?
For season 1, yeah. We don't know. It does get answered later.
It does. I remember
Yes.
that.
In future seasons, it gets answered as to why the upside down looks the way it is and has things the way it is.
Which season?
I think it's in 4.
Oh, okay. That explains why I wouldn't know that.
I have two theories regarding the upside down because I'm only working off of season 1 information.
Yes.
So there's the aspect of like there was nothing in the upside down. It was just blank space, which is what we've seen Eleven's visions over there, or her like transmutation. It's the void. It's the space in between, right?
Mm-hmm.
My current theory, not knowing anything, is that when she breached when the portal was created because she breached the upside down into our world, the upside down just started imprinting upon what was near the portal. I don't know what the range for that would be, but that to me is what I would guess it is based off of what I have, which is why everything is the way it is. It imprinted on everything for a certain radius.
Interesting. Okay. I wish I knew my thought on my first view of the show, but it's cool to think that you believe that 11's black open mind thing is the upside down.
I don't, like I said, that's would be one guess, because then there's the other version of that. It's entirely separate, and that's just how she perceives what she's doing. And that isn't the upside down. That's just her the void or mindscape where she's going. It's a visual aesthetic just for the audience. It rides the line, but I could be convinced based off of what we have seen in season 1. That's just what was there before the breach between the worlds or dimensions.
Gotcha.
Man, I really do not remember the other seasons very well. There's more than one Demogorgon, correct?
Yes, there's more than one Demogorgon.
Oh, neat.
Why do you reckon we don't see more of them in season 1?
That's something else I have is... I don't know if I wrote it for this notes, but I was curious... Or, no, I did, because of the Barb thing. Yeah, I was curious if this is the only Demogorgon going around collecting things. Like, is there one in Europe? Is there one in Australia? Is there one in somewhere else? Or is it only because of Hawkins' lab that it's around? Because it can make its own portals, and the Upside Down is like a whole nother dimension of things. So I was curious, because, well, then again, season 1 plays that there's only one creature. There's only one thing in the Upside Down, and that's this Demogorgon. That's it. But I guess it's a question if you've seen other seasons. It's like, what are other Demogorgons doing, if anything?
Yeah.
And what's so special about this one that's kidnapping?
It might just be because of 11's interaction with it, which is why...
I think so.
That would be the only reason I would assume that it's been... Why it feels the need to...
They treat it as an animal in this. So it hunts from the scent of blood. At least that's what we're led to believe.
Mm-hmm.
So the others would act the same way.
Yeah, but theoretically there's...
It's also not eating people, really. It's collecting them in these hive pods.
And that doesn't really change its hunting.
No, I'm just saying it doesn't hunt to eat. It hunts to capture.
Yeah.
Which is like it's using whatever it hunts as batteries or a fuel source. Or pods itself if it's like alien. You think it's putting babies in them, kind of like Will.
Because I didn't remember going into it, I didn't really pay attention. Was Will bleeding when Demogorgon was after him?
I don't think so. He fell off his bike, but it didn't show an injury. And then he went home, slammed the
And it
door,
chased him.
which caused the thing in the wall that Hopper asked Joyce, and she doesn't remember. Chased him to the shed. He got a gun, but
And it teleported behind him.
yeah, I don't think he had any injury on himself.
So then that's an
could
outlying.
I could think
example.
that Will is the first interaction the Demogorgon had outside of the lab.
Yeah, I don't really have any evidence
And
for
that's
or
why
against
it
that.
tracked him to his house and hunted him.
I mean, I guess here's another example. The first victim of it in the opening scene isn't wounded at all either.
No, he goes in the elevator and just gets sucked upward.
Which
I wish we saw him in a pod, because he just vanishes.
We see a skeleton. That could have been him.
Oh, I guess in the Upside Down, yeah.
But that was at the school, so I don't know if it dragged him all the way there. But Barb was also at the school, right?
Yes.
Barb in
That's
blue
where the pods
pile.
were. Yeah.
Yeah, so skeleton guy could be the start guy.
I mean, he was the first one technically taken, and Will was hiding to be in the pod. That's kind of why they saved him, or were able to save him. So I guess it could be that the pod was finished sucking all the life force out of him. Who knows? Then again, I think Barb was taken the night after, or maybe 2 days after, so I think she would look far more skeletal. But
She'd look more skeletal than who? Huh?
Well, if the first scientist you're saying could be that skeleton at the school, and
Yeah.
Barb was taken about roughly 2 days after that scientist was taken in the continuity of the show, I think Barb, when they're looking for Will, would look more skeletal since she's been hooked up far longer than Will has.
Okay, sure.
But then again,
Then
we don't know.
would that imply that it's someone before the scientist then? If that doesn't match up?
Could be. It could be just skeletons under the ground in that location, and in the Upside Down, those bones are up top. And it's just the Upside Down copying what's ever in the world.
Don't know.
That's a stretch, but yeah.
Well, we only see objects visibly
We never
transferred over. We don't see animals or people.
Yeah, why wasn't that deer hooked up?
I don't know why they didn't see the monster when they were standing over the deer.
Well, because they didn't show it.
Yeah.
The deer just floated to the.
Yeah, the Demogorgon used its telekinesis power.
Yeah, there was no arm that grabbed it.
It's one of those
They
things.
didn't even bother.
It's one of those things where it's just like it's not in frame, so it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
No, actually, it's like one of those old guerrilla warfare tarps, and it had a bunch of leaves on it. And the Demogorgon pulled the tarp, which pulled the deer.
Oh,
I see.
Pulley system going on.
Got it.
Yeah. Anywho, Ryder, do you have one last topic on episode 2 you'd like to go over?
Let me see. I really like the kids explaining to Elle the friendship. I think. Oh. Yeah. I mean, well, there's two things I want to talk about, I guess, but I'll touch on the kids first. I really like the kids talking about Elle when they have to tell her what friendship is, and because Elle's very, very quiet throughout most of the episode, up until the point where I think she closes the door with her mind. Even then, she's still quiet. But the kids have to describe her, they have to tell her about what friendship means and stuff like that. And it's a very neat scene because it's through the lens of children and like what friendship means to them, and it's very. I don't know. I just find it very touching. I guess it's very simplistic, and I like that they keep it simple because that's how children would perceive that relationship defined as friendship to mean. And then we get more of Hop side of thing complaining because he had I think this is the librarian he's with, but I don't know. But he's sleeping with a girl. Goes
Yeah,
outside.
we didn't really get a look at her.
He goes outside to freeze for a bit, and he just kind of complains like, "You ever feel cursed?" Which is rough time of it. He kind of shows the state he's in because now he's at that point he's 100% committed to something's off about this investigation. And this is the episode where he visits the Hawkins lab, right?
Hopper?
Yeah, Hawk. It's either this episode
He
or
would
the
have
next one.
found the gown piece, which led him there.
Yes.
But I don't know if that was this or next.
I think this is where he asked for the footage. No. The hospital gown was this episode.
Anyways, it's a lot of character stuff that happened this episode that I did enjoy. The only one I didn't was Jonathan's choice, like to make him out of as a creep, which is very weird. Considering what he's like for the rest of the show, this seems not necessarily out of character. It just feels oddly placed. Then again, I don't know much about Jonathan, so outside of season 1.
Yeah, I mean, it fell within the bounds of his character to me. I don't know. We don't get too much on him.
I kind of went through a myriad of things there, so pick up whichever you guys would like if you want to continue.
Would the scientists, or I guess her papa, educate her more being in the labs? Because I know that's like a double-edged sword. It's like if you educate her, then she might retaliate. But if she's not educated enough, then she might not be as useful as they would want her to be. So, do you think she was too uneducated to be helpful for being like a spy type deal, or not?
I think she's being educated. I mean, she's coherent and she can talk. She just is quiet.
Well, yeah, but they have to teach her a lot of words throughout this. So she's not getting fully educated. She's
that's fair.
getting a little bit. I mean, and it's kind of simple words like friendship and promise aren't too complex of concepts to introduce early.
Okay, yeah, I'm starting to see what you mean. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. I don't have like it can work where they do kind of educate her more, but you have to carefully walk the line of, don't educate her too much for us to comprehend what we're doing. Because I think that's what her experience is with the boys, is that she realizes what more so than she did while she was there, how bad what the lab is for her. Because the boys kind of show her that it's not. So you have to balance your education in the sense of like you have to teach her enough in order to be a good informant and a good spy, but not enough to where she understands that her upbringing is terrible. It's like, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna just start rambling. So that's kind of my thought on that.
Okay. Do you have anything on that, Springs?
No, not really.
Okay.
All right. Well, I think that's good for episode 2. Also written and directed by the Duffer Brothers, as well as the first episode. Let us go into episode 3, chapter 3, Holly Jolly. This one is directed by Sean Levy and written by Jessica Mecklenburg. So, quick synopsis. Barbara awakens in the Upside Down, gets pulled through. Joyce believes that the pulsing lights and the light bulbs are Will communicating. Hopper visits Hawkins' lab and sees security footage and learns about a woman named Terry Ives, that Brenner took her daughter. 11 recalls Brenner and being called Papa and being punished for not hurting a cat.
And
Steve destroys Jonathan's camera. Nancy finds a photo of Barb. Nancy investigates Steve's house. Joyce paints the letters. Will communicates her through it. Believing 11 knows where Will is, the boys ask her to lead them to him. 11 leads them to their frustration to Will's house. From there, they follow emergency vehicles to find Will's body in the quarry.
Lots on this episode.
Yep. Let's start with Ryder.
Does Barb start in the pool? Like, is that what she's trying to climb out of? Like the other side version
Yes.
of the pool?
Yes,
Okay.
the drowned out pool.
Didn't know that. I wasn't sure about that, and this was my second time watching, so. I think it's uncomfortable, but it's a distinctly uncomfortable but good choice to kind of intercut the teens having romance and Barb just dying.
That's true.
It's a distinctly uncomfortable choice, and I think it works in favor of the show.
And the Demogorgon was really playing with his food there because he could have killed her really quickly, but she was running around that pool for a while.
Yeah.
I kind of continuing from the opening. I find it odd Joyce didn't tell Jonathan anything about what happened the previous night with all the lights, because Jonathan just wakes up in bed.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little odd. It's out of place, considering it's a complete disconnect from the events that occurred in the house.
I suppose. A little bit.
It's more out of character for Joyce than it is for Jonathan.
I figured that was the angle you were going for.
Yeah.
She's not too afraid to point out how crazy she is, but not crazy at the same time.
She
But
good
crazy.
actress, but
I guess on the Springs, can I go?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
On the Joyce topic, and we get an answer towards the end how the lights work, and I think it breaks the lights throughout the rest of the season because of that.
yeah,
The lights light up where they walk, so we are led to believe that Will, even though he doesn't know where his mom is, he can't see her, and can't really hear her either, is responding to her. If he walked up to the wall and like put his hand on a letter, the whole wall, because we see that works vertically, you don't have to, it doesn't work horizontally. The lights on the ceiling react to you standing underneath them, so the wall where he stood would all light up and not just where he puts his hand. I don't know. There's a lot with these lights that don't really add up to me.
the last
how they're
episode
portrayed to
breaks
work.
them.
Yes, the lights. Correct. The not being able to hear actually is fixed. Will is able to hear his mom. She's not able to hear him, which happens in season 8. Or not season 8.
Jesus Christ.
Episode 8. Sorry, episode 8. Joyce can hear Jonathan, but Jonathan can't see his mom or anything. He just thinks it's his mom because they said they're going to go look for Will.
Yeah, and just happens to think that the lights are them.
Yeah.
But
echoes of the real world do go off in the Upside Down.
which is cool.
Sometimes.
Which is cool. They're
They're not really consistent with it.
They're not consistent with it, but at least it's pseudo patched. Like there is a explanation for that. But I think the lights, I'm in agreement, Crimson. They're the thing that breaks.
Yeah. No, I agree with the lights because then it kind of shows that when Joyce was in the little cupboard of the living room and just
Then Will would be sitting
Will
there.
Yeah. Will was in that cupboard the whole time hiding.
Yeah, it doesn't really work.
I mean, I would
assume... And I guess the echoes in the Upside Down that you mentioned, when we see Hopper and Joyce in the school where everybody is, we're not hearing any voices.
And they're in this school.
Last episode.
So, yeah. Yes. So that part is that with Mike, 11, Dustin and Lucas. Are they in
And
the
the
gymnasium?
bodies.
Are they in the gymnasium the same time that Joyce and Hopper in the gymnasium, or have they already moved to the cafeteria for pudding?
This is in the hallway I'm talking about. The hallway where 11 killed everybody.
Yeah. Did they ever overlap?
Pretty sure that was the same hallway that Hopper and Joyce were at.
Hopper and Joyce went to the library.
That was the library?
Yes.
Yeah. Shows the library building outside. Like, I don't think they were in the school.
Yeah,
because
I don't think they were
that
in
would
the
not
school.
explain
Yeah.
the Demogorgon from the Upside Down in the hallway they're in go through a portal into the school.
Well, they followed the blood trail. Why would it go to the library?
Well, okay, so the blood trail from the Demogorgon is to the library. The Demogorgon, for whatever reason, just is housing the bodies there.
Yes. That's where the bodies are stored, or in the library.
Okay.
Because it shows the library building outside when they arrive to it, not the school. That's why when you said lining up, I'm like, I don't remember them ever lining up. But because then, yeah, they'd probably hear, I don't know if they'd hear gunfire, maybe, if they're in the school at the same time on the opposite end, or a bunch of voices and running. But
Or when there's streets, there's cars that make noises and stuff.
that's true. Let's see. I'll go to a continuity error we found. It's very minor and very small. When Steve drops Jonathan's camera, first angle, which is kind of a close-up of Steve dropping it, is it's on the palm of his hand, and he flicks it with his fingers forward, and it falls off with his palm to the sky. In the next shot, which is farther back to show Jonathan's reaction of the camera falling, it's now being dropped palm downward from Steve's hand.
Okay.
Uh,
I also caught a continuity error with when Nancy was taping up the photograph. What she was doing and what the final product was not the same thing at all. Her tape job was a way more sloppy than what the final product was. But they do that a lot in shows and movies where they have the actor trying to put together something that the final product is not what they were doing.
Yep. Some hacking scenes in movies, man, are laughable. They're just typing nonsense.
That's true.
That's fair. I wasn't really looking for continuity errors, unfortunately. That's on me.
Yeah, that was very minor. So, being that it's very minor, let's pop to Ryder for a second point.
All right. This is definitely the episode where Hop visits Hawkins Labs.
Yes.
So, I as I kind of alluded to before, the government really lied. The government lies to him. I like that how he figures out. It didn't seem too out of place, the excuse that he gave for figuring out that they were being lied to. And
just ran on the camera?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. You're limited to what you can do back in the day for, fixing camera footage or whatever. At least on such short notice. And I like Hop is able to charm his way past the security guard at the front just by being real with him. And I think this also supports kind of what we were talking about, how he doesn't really second guess anybody until he has reason to second guess you. And I think the government does a good job of giving him reason to second guess them. Oh, man, I forgot to cover the Reagan reference in episode 2 where... No, I think that is this episode. Wherever, the episode where Eleven's, watching advertisements. I think that's this episode. Yeah.
I think that was episode 2 when Mike is showing her around the house.
No, but she has the advertisements by herself is when she's exploring. So it's not when Mike's showing her around.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, the Coca-Cola commercial.
Yeah. But I wanted to touch on. I'm gonna find it. One of the things really neat about this episode is that one of the cops that Hop is with kind of makes a joke is that are trying to stay one step ahead of the Russians are asked if they're working on the STARS project, which are real projects in as reference that were started by the Reagan administration. He quite infamously said that we need to build a Star Wars in order to, prevent nukes from hitting our shore, more or less. So I like that they're making references to things that were real uh, during the Cold War with the Soviet Union that the United States was doing. Um, but it's also not what the lab is doing. So I think that they marry those two really well in this scene with just the dialogue that they exchange.
Okay. I'm thinking about it a little, where Crimson was talking about the lights and how Will isn't lighting up lights everywhere. Do you think rather than like an energy thing, you think it's a connection? Like how close? Because Joyce and Hopper are taller than Will, that they're able to activate the lights on the ceiling, whereas Will doesn't. Because when it goes to like Joyce painting out what to write and Will does letter by letter, it's not lighting up like a group of lights next to each other, it's one.
Well, that's why I was saying it was a problem, because it would group up.
Okay.
Plus, the ceiling lights do go off with just Will, with the little girl going
Holly.
into the bedroom. Yeah.
Which is this episode, yeah. I'll touch on that Joyce was sitting at the table with Karen, Mrs. Wheeler, in front of her after bringing the casserole, and Holly goes off on her own because she's following lights, and Joyce doesn't see the lights, even though she's facing them. Now they do go off into the hallway, but to get Holly's attention, they're present. And I think because
Was she at the right angle to see it?
She was sitting facing the living room. She was looking at Carol, but I think with how high strung she is on everything of the phone, Will's talking to her through the light, I think any colored light bulb in her peripheral vision would have gotten her to stand up.
Since I can't remember it
Holly
specifically, I'm going to go with it. You're right, and that would be a problem.
Holly wasn't standing around in the hallway. She was sitting in between in between Karen and Joyce. And it got her attention.
And it's always a casserole.
Yeah, but I think those lights that did
Especially
get that attention was not Will. Because as soon as Holly got to Will's room, a portal started opening of the Demogorgon, and it stopped.
Oh, you've seen the Demogorgon moving through the house, not a Will.
I think so, because of the lights leading to the Demogorgon. Because otherwise, Will could just make a portal anytime he wanted. Or not anytime, but then Will would have the capability of making a portal, which is showing that he doesn't. The closest thing he has is knocking to his mom as she peels the wallpaper off to see him, but then he says the Demogorgon's getting closer. So I don't know if that's kind of like a hard, doesn't work, or if that's like Demogorgon's around, so it does kind of go through.
I have no idea what that is.
Because when Will disappears, then the Demogorgon starts coming through, and Joyce runs outside.
No idea.
Okay.
And I don't know what rules that may or may not break. It's a one-time thing, and it's very random.
Yeah.
It seems like it would break rules, but I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Don't exactly know the power rules of upside-down stuff.
No, we do not.
Crimson, you have a second point?
I probably do. I did, actually. Where did it go? What was the end of this episode?
End of this episode is finding Will's body in the quarry.
Okay. Yeah. I think they did a good job handling that. I don't really remember how I thought originally watching this, so I can't really go off of how believable that is for an audience to fall for it or not. I don't think it's intended for the audience to believe it, but I think they did well with the tune, and I
The
like how
character's
dark the
reaction.
setting is, and
Yeah.
how Hopper.
I like how they
He
showed
doesn't
Bonnie.
want it to be. Yeah, yeah, he doesn't want it to be him, but he also wants to find him at the same time. Conflicted, defeated a little bit. Lucas and Mike start fighting here, which they both has a lot in this show.
Well, no, Mike starts fighting with 11 because 11 says Will is here.
Well, that too. Because she's a traitor.
Yeah, Lucas
That's
is
later.
just like, she sucks.
Which that is something better on watching for the podcast. When I first watched this, I hated Lucas. He was very annoying.
He improves a
But
lot. on the
watching
second
it
watch
this
through.
time around, he is not as annoying as I recalled.
No,
A
he
lot
has his
more
reasons of his character.
reasonable. Yeah.
Except one instance, but I can pass it because he's a kid.
I
I
hate
think-
giving kid passes.
Okay, I think his turn to then start liking 11 is very quick. It's almost a light switch.
It is quick. I agree. Well, especially when he says, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Like, well, no, she technically was a traitor towards your mission. You're right in that regards.
Well, I mean,
She's
that's why
preventing you
11
from
immediately
accomplishing
says
your
friends
mission.
don't lie, right?
Yeah.
So, him apologizing, saying he was wrong, I think is incorrect. Him apologizing for his attitude, I think that works for him.
Funny enough, on the ending scene here with the tone, I like the song choice. I hated the rendition.
Oh, well. Well,
Oh.
is the rendition the classic 80s one? Because I'm guessing it is. Unless you've heard a
I would guess
different version.
I would guess it's the classic '80s one. Whichever version of the song it is, I didn't like. It felt too CW to me.
It did have that feel. This episode did. I did get this episode feel was different than the previous ones. Like this one stood out a little because of what I
This
think
one had
is,
more drama in it.
Yeah, I think because of the different director and writer. This definitely felt more like character teen kid thing than the whole mystery monster stuff.
Which is good. It's good that it's here, but
Speaking of song choice, I think the worst song choice in this was when Steve and Nancy were studying in the bedroom. That was it. Toto's "Rain in Africa" or whatever was playing.
I think so.
That I don't know why they chose that song. It didn't mesh or fit with that at all. It really stood out to me.
yeah, I wrote that one down too. I think you're right.
I don't know if you got a piece on that, Sphinx, because you usually talk about music.
I do. I thought it was okay. I do think it's off because the lyrics and I guess the beat's fine, but the lyrics didn't connect to anything. Like it's not raining, or it's not blessing it. Like there was no connection in that form. It was just like here's an '80s song to be put on.
Yeah, it didn't really fit the mood, I think, either. I think it completely failed in its purpose. Other than to just tick the box of playing music.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
The song though for Heroes, the Peter Gabriel was the original. In case you're curious, writer.
Okay. I still stand by what I said. Doesn't tonally fit. Like I said, I like the song choice. It just doesn't fit the setting. The rendition of it wasn't right. I think they do all the childhood like teen stuff very well, the drama of the characters. But yeah, I think that was a little over the top. I kind of, well, can I go next, or do you guys have the springs?
No, you can go. I'll go after you.
Okay. I like that Hop has to convince the other officers that something's odd about Hawkins' lab. So, and I like the fact that he does his research and goes to the library and starts sifting through like old newspaper dates and reels. The librarian bit was definitely more for humor than it was for drama. It's definitely to help us unwind with the tension.
That librarian was different from the one who told him to come back to bed, correct? Those weren't the same ladies?
I
We
don't
were
know.
talking how we were unsure about that. I think it's different, but I'm not sure.
Okay, I think they're different people.
Okay. Then that's what we'll go with. I think it's a bit more played for laughs, but one of the things I do like about the scene is at the end, once they've had all sorted through all their data and information, the Illinois. Wait, this is in Illinois, right?
This is Indiana.
Indiana started with an I. Knew it was getting something.
Hawkins, Indiana.
One of the things I do like is that Hop has to convince his coworker of just how off everything is. So like he's the one reaching for. He's the one trying to take. I'm forming this. I'm wording this really badly. But his coworker is a skeptic of the situation based off the information they have of Hawkins' lab, but Hop is trying to convince a skeptic throughout the scene. So I like the fact that it's not. He's not in an echo chamber. Like the cops are 100% behind them. They need to be convinced that something's off. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty much in every situation.
Yeah.
His partners always seem to be second guessing him, which kind of gets weird because I don't know why they would second guess him on everything. But it is good to get an opposing point.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because of his character in the first episode of just nonchalant like things go around where he's like more connected to them, like of like attitude, and then this is like he's getting more and more into the case and everything, but they're not. So they are second guessing him, and like he's getting too attached or something, or they could see it, but they don't tell him to dial it back.
Yeah, it's like he's definitely taking the lead now. Like before, it was definitely much more laid back. We're a small town, don't have to worry too much about this. But now it's at the forefront. Like I said, I just quite like it because it's very simple, and it shows that Hop. Well, it shows that even the other cops are not stupid. They're intelligent. They just need to be convinced of it in their own way. It feels more realistic, I guess, with all of that. And that's it. That's all I got.
Okie doke. I will go with the final touching point. Let's see. Well, I do like the parallel of sons hugging their moms at the end. Of Joyce and Jonathan hugging, and Mike and Karen. Like the cut between. I thought that was nice. But I'm questioning. They didn't sneak out this time. They told their parents they're going to like a friend's house, with knowing that they have snuck out prior. That Miss Wheeler knows Mike didn't go to school, like in person knows, not the school contact whether or not, but knows in person that he didn't go to school, or faked it. And then we can guess that same would be said for Lucas and Dustin's parents. So when they tell their parents that they're going to someone else's house after the disappearance of Will and everything that's been going on and the history they've been giving so far in the recent days, why don't they contact each other's parents' house to make sure they have arrived on, safely, or say, hey, when you get there, call me?
For Mike's, I guess, first ditch, he gave a reason, right? I don't remember what it was. Either of you remember?
remember the school. He just said he didn't feel good.
Okay.
Well, his
Well,
excuse was
that would be a reason then.
his excuse was like, well, both times the excuse is he didn't feel good. So
So I don't. It's not like he got caught doing something bad. It was just he says he's sick, so he stayed home. I don't know if that's enough to be like, he's certainly lying to me about something. Let me check up on the other kid's parents or whatever. It's a potential, I suppose. I just don't know if it's enough. I don't know if you think the same way, right? Or if you think more towards Springsteen, where they would call ahead.
yeah, I don't think there's.
I just think
yet.
it makes the parents a little more dumb if they don't, constantly let their kids just run around. Especially now
I never
Barbara is
felt
missing.
like they did. But
Different era, but yeah, I don't think there's enough for them to be total hawks yet.
when was it revealed to Karen that Barb is gone? Was it after or before this outing?
No, this is episode 3, right? So they're just investigating.
Yeah.
She's not sure Barb is gone until the end of the episode, pretty much.
Yeah.
And then at that point, Mike returns home, crying, and then
Yes,
the news of
because
Will's
I
on the news.
believe Barbara's parents are on their couch when Mike gets home.
Yes, they're there.
Yeah, so I think it's okay right now. I don't think they need to be full on hawk mode yet. But once Barbara is also determined to be missing, then I would say full hawk mode activated. Because then it's a pattern. It's just not one kid missing.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's episode 3, Holly Jolly. We'll go to episode 4, titled Chapter 4, The Body. This one is directed by Sean Levy again, and written by Justin Doble. With a synopsis of Joyce refuses to believe that the body found at the quarry is Will's. Mike feels betrayed by Eleven until she channels the voice through the walkie-talkie. The boys theorize Eleven can use ham radio for communication. Nancy notices the figure behind Barb and Jonathan's photo, who then matches it with his mother's description of the Demogorgon. Nancy tells the police about Barb's disappearance. She fights with Steve. Hopper has suspicions regarding his authenticity of the body found in the quarry. Hopper confronts the state trooper who found it and beats him up. The boys sneak Eleven into the school to use the radio, while Joyce hears Will's voice through her living room wall. She tears the wallpaper and sees him. Eleven uses the radio to channel Will talking to his mother. So the boys hear. Hopper goes to the morgue and finds the body is fake, and breaks into the lab.
Well, it cuts when he's breaking into the lab. Yeah, that's the episode ends.
That's how it ends. I will start this one.
Oh, neat.
Well, let's see. What do I want to start with?
Since you blew through it so quickly, I will say this is not the Buffy the Vampire Slayer episode called The Body.
No.
There you go.
I think this episode has one of my favorite dialogues in the season. A back and forth, which is Jonathan and Joyce yelling at each other in the street. Of Jonathan very emotional on both fronts. Jonathan believing that this body is Will, there'll be a funeral, and his mom needs to snap out of it. Stop being in this so-called denial that Will is still out there somehow. And then Joyce fighting back at him that this isn't Will. I get it could have been the birthmark, I guess. She asked for a birthmark, but
I think that's what it is.
Yeah. But she never told Jonathan like his birthmark's not there. She just fought with him. But I think just their back and forth and giving pointers on like, don't say that, that's not true. We're gonna have the funeral anyway. I think that was just very strong.
Sure. Yeah, I think it was all right. I don't think it would be my favorite, but I don't really know what mine would be anyways.
My opinion on that was it's. I think I had mixed feelings on it. I just wrote down the dialogue was okay. I didn't think it was like impressive. I just felt like it was doing its job, which I suppose is a sign of mostly a good script. Um, I didn't think anyone was particularly out of character. There's a lot of emotion driving both these characters now, and in now opposite directions. Um, I remember seeing a birthmark in the reflection. Is my only comment. I think when Joyce asked to see the body, I was looking at the reflection, not Joyce. I think there is a birthmark there.
I hope there isn't, because then I don't know why she would.
I don't know.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
It could have been something other than the birthmark that she asked.
I think there is a birthmark there. As to why she suspects it's not him, I think that's just her. Like it's just 100% her. She had all those weird phenomena with the lights at this point. I think she could have the fortitude to deal with that, like be shown a birthmark of an accurate representation of the body, and then just keep that belief that it's not her son.
Would it be something they would know to put on the body? Even if they did, would they know what it would look like?
We don't know the extent of the power of this government that's functioning in this show. I assumed they can. I assumed it wouldn't be too difficult to look up records of Will Byers to make a birthmark. For me, seeing at least what I thought was a birthmark, I thought it was more intelligence on the government part. Like they got the body accurate, even though it's stuffed, as we find out later.
I don't know if I like that, if it's actually there. I didn't see what you saw.
It might just be me, but like I said, I was perfectly fine with Joyce being still 100%, with all her experiences, that it's still not him. But I think I do see where you're coming from. I think the more obvious interpretation is that obviously it's the birthmark thing that tips her off, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm. That's what it seemed like they were setting it up to be, like. But obviously, they didn't explicitly show that as her reasoning. I guess on the topic of Will's body, I think they did a good job with the prosthetic. I cannot tell if the face is CG. I think it is, but I'm not 100% certain on that. Hopper sneaking in there. It's pretty easy. He gets to places very easily in this. Especially
I think
the main facility.
I think the morgue is the morgue one is excusable. There's only one guard, which is fine. The facility one, that's just luck. I have no idea how he got that far.
He shouldn't have been able to enter the building, let alone get to a nearly restricted area.
Yep.
We just see him break a chain link fence with bolt cutters. There's no.
Yep, and then they just jump right to.
He's already inside at that point.
No. We see him walk through the front door behind people that were leaving. So we do start with him outside.
Oh, okay.
Shoot. Later in the show, there was another cut that didn't explain something. That's going to bug me. Oh, well.
Well, in that case, let's go to Ryder.
Okay.
That's
sorry,
correct.
I was doing screenshots.
Mine, Crimson, now Ryder's, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Let's see. I think is this the one episode where the facility is the Department of Energy is setting up like a volunteer to go through the portal?
Yes, Brave Explorer number 1, Shepard.
Yep. I reminds me of the SCP Foundation a little bit. It gave me vibes in a good way of all those threads that are done by the SCP Foundation, because there's a level of organization that they have of people that they send through to do the weird shit and attach cables to them to make sure they can be pulled back and send them into anomalies and all that sort of thing. So it was a nice reference for me, in that scene when they're all their prep work regarding that.
Yeah, but it's another thing. Where's Shepard? Why isn't he along with the line of bodies?
He could be the skeleton.
Shepard could be the skeleton, sure.
We don't know. We didn't see the full pile, did we?
No,
I
I
don't
think it
really
was
pay
just like
attention to it.
one little skeleton skull, like first establishing shot to go to Hopper and Joyce. But
I don't know. I don't really like this part of Shepard because it really shows how Hopper and Joyce have no problems down there.
I guess it's just a little rarity or whatever that the Demogorgon was that close to the portal when Shepard went in.
And my counter for that, Crimson, is that the Demogorgon is being occupied at the time they go in.
Yeah, but I guess I'm a little biased knowing the future seasons that there's more than one Demogorgon.
Yeah, but I'm not. This is season 1.
Yeah, you can only play it off of that. There's only one Demogorgon. That's it.
Because
Nothing else.
Obviously, the fact that there is multiple, it's a fucking huge problem. But they do a good job of baiting "quote unquote" the, as in singular, Demogorgon away from where Joyce and Hop enter the facility. My other thing is also, I don't know why they didn't send in Shepard without any weapons. It's already killed people at this point, so I don't know why they would send it in Shepard in without any weapons.
It's true, Ryder. That's a good point.
And I'm gonna be honest.
In with nothing.
I'm gonna be honest with everybody. I can fix this with a couple trench sweepers. I don't need these puny machine guns. Trench sweepers were invented in the 1970s. It was invented in 1917. I think we can kill a few Demogorgons with a few trench sweepers.
Well, I mean, apparently they're bulletproof because it doesn't die to bullets.
It doesn't die to bullets, but it does take contact with bullets.
Yeah, and
give off blood splatter.
See, the thing about the trench guns is it ain't about the tiny contact of the bullet. It's the fact that it'll get ripped apart by the trench gun.
Got lit on fire and it still had its skin on.
But the skin was also
weird.
Yeah. Also, one thing I thought they did was they kept fire damage. At least some of it.
Yeah, it had charred skin on. Yeah. Which kind of brings up something I was going to say. We don't know if there's truly one Demogorgon here. And during the will chase, there was a Demogorgon at the front door, and then he runs to the shed, and then there's one in the shed. It could have been two chasing him. I don't know if the one that killed Barb is the same one we see at the end of them.
That's another good theory. That's a good thought. If this one Demogorgon isn't the one we're always following. Because that could play into...
Because that never takes battle damage until the fire and stuff.
That's true. But that could also play into what you said about the one leading a blood trail to the library when it comes out of portal at the school.
I mean, if there's more than one, I think that leaves more issues than if it was just one.
Wait, that doesn't fully work, right? What I just said?
No, it doesn't.
No, because you said the charred one, and then the one leading the trail would be the one in the same.
It would be the same one.
But that could be a thing. Being that they show later on that there are more than one Demogorgon, the one that got Shepard doesn't necessarily have to be the one that's getting Barb or whatever. Which could help that there isn't one rogue Demogorgon going around kidnapping people.
Yeah, which bolsters the point I was making at the beginning where Hopper and Joyce wouldn't have had an easy time walking around.
Yeah, there's only one. Right?
So in that case...
There's no proof that it's just one.
There is only two Demogorgons.
What?
I'm just saying that way there's not an abundant, that there's only one to give Joyce and Hopper an advantage or whatever, but then there's also not, I'm just saying that there's also not one, so there's two present, which could fix up the flaw, but I'm not fully stating it's sarcasm. I'm not saying there's only two. I'm saying there's more than one as future seasons prove, but I'm saying for season 1, you can say that there are two, at least present, to help the theory that there's only one and how it gets around so fast, or does such a thing.
Well, either way, whatever defense I'm making, it's retroactively ruined by the fact that there's more than one. It makes the third act of this show far worse. Because Joyce and Hop have such an easier time.
Yes.
It can be explained away for one, because then obviously that Demogorgon is currently being occupied by and currently busy away from Joyce and Hop. So what Jonathan, Nancy, and Steve are doing are occupying the Demogorgon while they're there, which is why they don't run into it. But the fact that there is more than one is a fucking problem. It's one of the instances where the future creators, future seasons retroactively ruin what comes before. I feel like I've experienced this somewhere.
Yeah, it happens. I'll touch on my second thing here. The reveal that the body's fake. That was cool. It's played off very well through acting of David Harbour.
Oh my gosh,
Hopper.
Such an excellent acting scene. Like he has to work himself up to it, and his reactions. And
yeah, he does look a bit like he's turning a little green, like it's a sick thought. But he puts a hand on the body, and I guess it plays off that it doesn't feel cold. Like it just doesn't feel right.
He's not crushing it in on any bones. That's the thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably because it didn't feel solid.
It gave way like a stuffed animal.
Yeah, but the face looked just like Will. The face looked great.
Yeah, that's what I really couldn't tell if it was a CG head on the body or not. It was hard to tell.
Ooh, good question. I don't know. I think some of the shots definitely could have been Noah Schnapp, the actor who plays Will. But the cutting into the body, that could have been CG'd because the face still looks fine. And I don't remember much like angle covers like Hopper's arms blocking the face or...
Yeah, it's pretty stationary, the camera.
Yeah. But what a cool reveal.
Yep, I think they did.
And how fast. After the end of episode 3 of like Will's dead, which I think is good pacing of like looking for Will, and then you get a kind of a somewhat conclusion of Will's dead, to then the following episode showing that body's not real. It wasn't like another 3 episode wait to episode 6 to see that the body's fake or something.
I think it's just a confidence in the writers, really. I mean, to be able to just go through, like, they're not holding back the drama. They're just doing it when it feels right,
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's all of us giving 2 points for the episode The Body. One last little tidbit I'll throw in for the body. The doctor who ran after Joyce, who was doing like the autopsy, like showing the body, that was played by Sean Levy.
The director?
The director.
That's funny.
Do we want to talk about Steve and Nancy at all in this?
We should probably talk about Steve and Nancy and the assembly.
Touch on Steve and Nancy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty important.
Yeah.
Well, Crimson, take it away.
Oh, I mean, it sounds like Ryder already has something. So.
All right.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was just gonna start because I didn't know.
Anyway,
so Steve and Nancy fight, and this is kind of where we see how Steve is also in a similar position to Nancy, where he is pretending to be someone he's not, because ultimately he's a good person at his core, which is what the end of the season is going to bring about. But it kind of shows that, like, Barb missing is not his priority, which is kind of an asshole thing. But it also sets him up for a good apology scene later as well.
Yeah, and then he kind of retaliates with Nancy that the only thing he really cares about is not getting in trouble with his dad.
Yeah, because his dad's going to quote-unquote kill him.
Yeah. So it's a follow-up of, I don't care about your friend with, I only care about myself.
Yeah. Which I think is, it's what makes Steve a really deep character for the most part.
Yeah.
And then
I don't fully see it as 100% selfish either, though, because he did say everything, just you don't have to mention the alcohol.
Yeah.
So it's not like preventing her from bringing up the Barb stuff. It's just one tiny aspect to save his skin from his parents.
Yeah.
Which largely I could see his headspace being the alcohol isn't really relevant to her disappearance, but then again, you'd still want to give every information to the cops. So
It's a bit of both.
I will acknowledge that.
It's a bit of both. Like, he's being selfish, but it's not like to an absurd degree. You know what I'm saying? Because it's selfish to keep such a minor thing hidden when someone's missing. So Nancy getting angry is it's a very natural impasse that they created between these two characters.
I mean, if there's any blood found anywhere of Barb's, like say, they're investigating the background of Steve's house, and they find blood of Barb's, they could ask, why was she bleeding? Which then goes into like the story of she's bleeding because she tried to shotgun a beer. So it's very like she's bleeding because of alcohol.
Well, if they wanted to lie, they could say she cut herself trying to drink something else. It doesn't have to be an alcoholic beverage.
True, but all four of them have to match that story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which they could do, but
which Steve is trying to set up now, I think.
Yes, but I don't think Tommy and Carol would do such a thing.
I mean, they wouldn't want their pal Steve to get in trouble at this point because they're still all buddy.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, was that it on Steve and Nance? That they're now on shaky waters, which kind of gives Nance a little more leeway to chat with Jonathan?
Jonathan. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and then I think the assembly and the use of the radio. I think that's the.
Is that this episode or next episode?
That is this episode.
Yeah, where the boys try to use the AV room.
To
go to the assembly.
Yeah. Once again, scientist, teacher man, good person. Mr. Clark. He's a good person. Just a really chill guy, and I like that the boys are like kind of laughing at everybody in the assembly except for the bullies. Like that's like the bullies are the ones making fun of the assembly, while the boys were just having fun with the fact that, they're all mourning a guy who's still alive, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Mouth breathers.
Yep.
I think I know it's a little touch, but for what you said right on Mr. Clark of his connection with the boys, I think it's good that in the next episode when they talk about the Veil of Shadows, he automatically knows what they're talking about.
Yep. It's just a nice continuity. Why these kids have such a connection with him. I think it's in the first episode when they all are shown around the AV room with Will being absent.
Yes.
Like it shows that Mr. Clark talking as all the kids are excusing themselves, and he's just kind of slowly retreating into himself a little bit because everyone's ignoring him, and then it just cuts out with an empty room and just those with our three main nerdy kids and standing in front of him. Yeah, because
they're so close that Justin has his house number.
Yep. I mean, well, that's not too weird.
A teacher's personal home number? A little weird.
I did, but
a high school?
Could be a emergency contact thing.
Could be. Also, wouldn't be that difficult to look him up in the phone book.
No.
This is the 80s after all.
83? Yeah, it's pretty simple. In a small town? Yeah.
But it's one of those things where they're very, they start out the gate their like personal connection with Mr. Clark. And I think it works.
I agree. I think it works very well. And Mr. Clark does not stay over his welcome.
Yeah.
I agree. They used him just the right amount.
Well, within that touch, going to the next episode, episode 5, titled Chapter 5, The Flea and the Acrobat. This one is directed by the Duffer Brothers and written by Allison Tatlock. What we have here is Hopper searches the lab before being knocked out. The boys ask Mr. Clark if it's possible to travel between alternate dimensions, where he gives them a theoretical thank you, gate between dimensions. Hopper awakens in his house to find a hidden microphone. The boys follow their compasses to try to get the gate, but 11 recalls a sensory deprivation tank and eavesdropping on a man speaking Russian before coming across the Demogorgon. 11 redirects the compasses, fearing that they encounter a Demogorgon, Lucas misinterprets that this is an act of betrayal, leading Mike and Lucas to fight, and 11 to teleconnectly. Man, my mouth is terrible. Fleeing Lucas across from Mike. Dustin and Mike tend to unconscious Lucas. 11 runs off. Nancy and Jonathan formulate a plan to kill the Demogorgon. They find a wounded deer. Nancy crawls through a portal and draws the Demogorgon's attention. Whew. Let's start with...
It's a very packed
Crimson.
episode.
Yes.
With Crimson. All right. So we'll go with, I guess, the flea demonstration. It was interesting the way it was depicted because I thought he was going to use the plate as like top and bottom, but he used it as paper to draw on. I thought he was going to be like, so we're on the top, and the flea can go around the plate to the bottom of the plate, which I thought would have been a better visual representation than his drawing, because the drawing I think was less clear than just using the plate, especially when he uses it to puncture with it.
Yeah, I think the drawing's fine because then Mike reuses it to teach everyone else.
Well, Mike could use any flat piece of anything with the example I gave, I guess. I don't know, I just think it's a better visual, because I was a little confused when he's like, and the flea can go this direction, this direction, this direction. Like, oh, interesting.
Having seen the first season twice, I agree with Crimson, actually. I was thinking that I think the metaphor itself is cool and it works. The visual of the drawing doesn't work. It's confusing to viewers.
How would you demonstrate both an acrobat and a flea on a plate without drawing?
It doesn't have to be an acrobat and a flea. It could just be.
I know, but I think
you're on the top.
One or the other. Huh? It would be one of the like Mike is saying.
You
like,
could
this
have
is us, and then this is the Demogorgon.
A spoon on the top of the plate is the person, and then your other hand, because you're holding the plate, is the flea, and you move around to the bottom of the plate. There you go.
I'm not with you two. I think the drawing's better.
I like the drawing. Doesn't work.
Anywho, as you were saying, Crimson, about or unless that was it, that you just thought the drawing.
I mean, that was pretty much it, but it goes back to, I guess, the teacher's a good guy, very helpful, very understanding. He sees the kids are kind of in mourning, not very well, which I think
he would notice and comment.
Point.
Yeah, I think he would notice and probably comment on it at this point.
It's several times that pop up, specifically with Dustin. Yeah. But they are not acting sad well, to a point where it is questionable, where I think people would talk to them about it.
Yeah. I think there is an aspect of like, I mean, this could be the way they are hiding their feelings, is their curiosity, which could work, but they never really touch on that or explore it.
I mean, at the funeral, Dustin's laughing that one girl's crying, and like, imagine us telling that she cried. Like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be the smart one, right? he calls himself smart later on, the level-headed one. So I don't know what the heck he was doing. I just thought they kind of dumbed him down during the acting like Will's dead period of the show.
I would agree. Yeah.
I think the demonstration of the flea, though, going on the side or under the side of the balancing is is the black empty space that 11 goes to. I think that's the middle that's being described.
In your theory would be the tightrope itself is the void that 11 is in?
The top of it is the normal world. Being on the side of it is the void 11 goes into, and the bottom is the upside down. Opposed to the middle of it just being the portal itself. Because of the travel distance, I guess.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Because if the flea can be on the side of the tightrope and go both left and right as well, rather than just like top to bottom, then that makes more sense to me of Eleven being able to walk around and communicate and find things in this dark void than being in a portal and you're just going back and forth. But
I guess
I guess it could also be seen as that.
Yeah. I guess we've heard your guys' theories on this void. I guess I'll throw mine into the ring. I see it kind of like how Ryder put it. I guess Ryder kind of posed two ideas, but I think it was the second one where it's a visual representation of what's going on in her head. I don't think it's a physical plane. I think it's in her head.
No, I agree. I don't think it's an actual place that you can go and visit. It's a demonstration, a visual of her mind, of how her power connects or works. Well, I'll go next with something, and then we'll go to Ryder. Let's see here. Well, okay, I guess it was a little weird at the ending of the last episode that Lonnie shows up in the middle of the night, and now Lonnie's here. Lonnie's just
I need help with the name. Who's Lonnie?
It's the ex. It's Joyce's
the
ex.
dad. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jonathan and Will's dad. And then he's here basically just for the money, but he plays off like it's serious. I mean, I think it's played off a little nicely because of Will's funeral. He's even in a suit. So he's definitely keeping up the role of it. And then he just comes across as this toxic, somewhat manipulator onto Joyce to be more rational, but also rational in a very do it my way kind of approach. And Joyce is Joyce isn't, she knows she sounds crazy, but isn't crazy. So she's reasonable. She hasn't lost her mind. So she's reasonable to understand what he's doing to stop him.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, he is a manipulator. I'm not going to deny that, but also through his lens, she is crazy.
Oh, through anyone's lens, yeah. She's talking to lights. But Joyce herself knows that she's not crazy, even though she does describe to Jonathan and anyone else that she sounds crazy.
Correct. Yeah. So I guess the question for you guys is: does the dad care about Will, or is he just there purely for the lawsuit?
I think he cares very little. He has some sort of care, but he never hangs out with him. And I think that's even described that Will's the younger brother, and Lonnie had more time raising or being around Jonathan. And when Joyce poses the question, where does Jonathan want to go to school, he doesn't give the answer, which shows that he knows little about Jonathan. So I think he knows even less about Will.
If I were to guess about the relationship based on what I've seen, the reason that he's much closer to Jonathan is because he was actually around for some of Jonathan's childhood. I don't think he was around at all for Will.
Yeah. And then I believe it's in a flashback where we first hear, I believe the song of this season, Should I Stay or Should I Go? Of Jonathan asking Will if Lonnie's hung out with him at all. And he goes, yeah, we've gone like bowling or something. And he goes, no, you haven't done any of that.
I completely forgot about the music scene. I take back what I said.
It happens. I mean, that song, that scene specifically. I mean, the song's constant.
Yeah, but I mean that scene specifically, Lonnie and his mom are fighting in the background, which is why I'm saying I rescind my comment.
Because it does show he was in Will's life at some point.
Yes. Otherwise, I don't think he would have been present. Unless if he is present for that without any connection to Will, then that's. I don't know if that would weaken my thought on Lonnie, that he's there specifically for greed. Because he is there for greed, but it's still his son.
Yeah, I don't think he's entirely there. I think maybe 75-80% money, maybe?
My takeaway is he's there 50-50, and the reason for that is just like, look, I'm here because he was my son, but also this can also be a factor as well. Like, I think for him, they're both equal. Like, I may as well get this, but my son is gone, which sucks.
And, I mean, he tries to get the house order, which isn't really required for the lawsuit. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. And I know it's just another way of him taking charge of Joyce and kind of like being more to Jonathan. It's like, your mom's a nut house, come live with me or whatever. But when he says take down these lights, like stop it. It's a month out before Christmas. I think that's a little much. Take 'em
Those were
down,
clearly
put 'em
not Christmas
back up.
decorations. Come on.
What do you mean? Those were Christmas lights. They weren't decorated nicely. They were just
I think you're
sprung
playing
all over.
too much devil's advocate on that one.
I'm just
Okay.
saying, if it's June
Okay.
and Christmas lights are up, yeah, take
Okay.
them down.
The more controlling aspect that you're looking for in Lonnie is when he asks his son to take down a poster off his wall, which is
Of Evil Dead. It's inappropriate.
Yeah. That to me is more a sign of him being controlling than the lights thing. Like he just walked right back into Jonathan's life and asked him to take a poster down off his wall.
And I guess another aspect to him where it's not entirely greed is when he also points out to Joyce her bad parenting. I did air quotes with my hands right there. Because he also didn't need to do that for the lawsuit. He does things that are more personal, that aren't just, I don't care, I just want the money. There's a sense of care in the words he says. So...
But that could be played.
That's kind of my thoughts on his character.
Tactic.
Oh.
That could be him.
Still a scumbag, though. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I know I'm sounding like I'm liking the guy.
Yeah, I think it's. I think it's just good to the actor for his acting portrayal. But it could come across of, is this an act that he's putting on for Joyce, or is this sincerity to get her to open up and be comforted for them and to strike later?
It's played very neutrally for you to take away whatever interpretation that you want, which I think is useful.
Yeah. Which then just gives to the actor, I don't know the actor's name who played Lonnie, that good of acting, that it can come across either way.
I agree.
So then with that, Ryder, if you'd like to go to a point.
Yes, I had one and it went away. God damn it. I got a funny note because it's more of a memory ha-ha thing. I thought the same thing I did watching this time than when I did watching the first time with you, Springs. I like Nancy's Claire Redfield jacket.
Oh, yes. I don't know if it's actually homage to Claire, but yes.
I think I made the same comment when you were first watching, and you got so annoyed with me because you didn't see the connection. It was a nice memorabilia. Let's see. Oh, okay. I remember my point now. The confidence that you have to have in yourself, waking up in your bed with a bunch of pills open next to you and just immediately tear your house apart to start looking for a wire or your listening device. I give a lot of props to Hop here for not once self-questioning himself. And also David Harbour's acting, like the relief / like grin
Surprise
that he has when he finds it.
Do you think it's played or just for, television purposes or whatever, that it was the last thing he did?
That was a problem I had was, well, not necessarily that was the last thing, but it was one of the places he would have checked first.
For me, it was like if he's checking the lights in the bathroom, he'd check all the lights first. Because it also didn't show him go room by room. It showed him just doing things randomly throughout. But then again, that kind of montages it, so we don't exactly know if it was in order. But I still think if he's starting with lights, he would have done all the lights.
Yeah.
Because that's what he did at Joyce's house. He took down all their lights. He's not ripping open her couch or anything.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
There's also the aspect of why at least with the Joyce one, I wouldn't have even talked in the house. I would have went outside to talk.
That would have been smart. Yeah. Then again, I guess that was played for a laugh. Of him looking at all the lights and going, "Aw, shit."
It's intended to be a bit of a laugh.
And I'm glad it did. It wasn't just thrown away. It was shown later that Jonathan and Nancy put all the bulbs back in afterwards.
Yep.
Yeah, there is a scene of them putting all the bullets back in.
Yeah. So
Well,
they didn't just magically pop back in.
Kind of spoilers for that. My issue with that is Jonathan didn't explain why he was doing that until later, till they were done. Because I think Nancy would have asked, why the fuck are we doing this?
I mean,
I guess that's true.
It's out of place.
I mean, she could have asked, and it's just a scene they didn't show.
Well, I know
But
he
being the
explicitly.
fact of like,
Well, he explains it to her
No, he
after
explicitly
they do
explains
it.
it after they do it. Yeah.
I think she just trusts him that much. Like at this point, with
It's
everything that's
still
matching up, and
it's still a problem, but it's not a big one. I'm just pointing it
No.
out.
when you go into an alternate dimension, running from a monster to go through a portal, I think just setting up some lights is you don't
Very
necessarily
common.
need to question. Yeah. All right, Crimson point number 2.
All right. Well, it'll be kind of similar to what we talked about just now, but Hopper, is he dead here? Would they have killed him or set him up to be drunk? Because I think they would have killed him.
That's a good question. I think
He-
setting
I don't know
him up-
why they let him live. They could have made it look like he drank himself to death. And people would be like, yeah, his daughter died. He's got too close to this missing kid. Saw the body and just couldn't take it anymore. I mean,
I think
they
do
could have
that-
easily played
well,
that off.
Well, to play that off, they would have had actors or people to spread word or whatnot.
you don't.
Because Benny was
They are not against that. They do that already.
Not only would they be able to do that, they don't have to. His coworkers would
You
come and
think-
find him and just make the assumption.
Okay, you think the assumption would come that fast if that's what happened? From
It seems pretty
his
clear
workers.
cut.
Pretty clear cut, yes. They were already suspicious of how much he's driving on this case.
Okay.
And as long as there's nothing suspicious left behind, I think it would be a pretty simple conclusion after an investigation.
do you think they left the bug just so to test if he actually knows anything?
Well, they wouldn't care. They just killed the guy at the diner just because he might have heard something from 11 or seen something.
Well, I think because he might have seen something.
Yeah.
Hopper knows nothing on 11, and that what
But
he's
he's-
talking to them
But
about
Hopper's
is like a will.
physically been in the facility. He's
Yeah.
dead. There's no way.
Yes. No, I don't.
They have
I
no
don't
incentive to
think-
let him live. They have every incentive to kill him.
But
Don't
then
get me
And
wrong.
the ability to.
Well, they do have the ability to. I think it would then be possibly killing innocents, and I don't know if they're at the point of killing innocents.
They
I
killed
keep
Benny.
pointing out innocent.
Well, Benny could have seen 11 do things.
He's the
but it
definition of
wasn't around the
innocent.
kid.
Okay. So here's the thing, Springs. Benny could have seen they killed him. Hopper
Yeah.
did see they should have killed him.
What did he see? He wasn't around 11 at all.
He
He has
broke into
no
their
interaction
facility,
with
which is centralized around her. He is
Yeah.
investigating her, not
He
knowingly.
physically touched the portal. He has seen more than 11. Hop is dead. By the
That's-
metric of what's
So
been
what
established.
Yeah,
you're
they
telling
caught
me
him
is
in front of the
they
portal.
believe the portal is far more important to be killed off than interaction with 11, which to me I don't agree with because that's not what they're showing in the show.
Oh,
And what
they-
they're showing is any connection to 11 is to death. The
Which is the
portal
facility.
is not. Or any portal matter for that matter. I'm like, if he went in there and saw a Demogorgon, I think
He went in there and
If
saw
he went in
11's
there and
room.
he saw another kid,
Okay, well,
another
if we're,
bald
gonna,
kid walking around, he's dead.
if we're talking about things to adjacent to 11, he was in 11's room and saw her drawing.
He did.
Still dead.
I don't know if well, that I don't know. I can't. No one knows if a camera was present. There's cameras all over, but
There's cameras all over the place.
Yeah.
Okay.
but she just doesn't care. He slightly cares, and then he just comments that, or the two guards that come up to him say, "There's you forget about all the cameras," and then he doesn't care. So that I will say that's a little dumb that he's been in there, seen their camera feed, know they have cameras everywhere, and then plays it off like there aren't any.
Well, I assumed he knew.
Until they comment.
I assumed he knew he was going to get caught. He was just going to get as deep into the facility as he could because he's looking for Will.
No, I'm saying beforehand, before the comment saying, "Did you forget about the cameras?" He plays very, like, kind of secretive until that comment. Then he, shoots the lock, walks around, does whatever.
Yeah, he wanted to get in as far as he could before they caught up with him. I assumed he
Then
knew
why
they
was
were
he
going to
being
catch
so
up with him.
gingerly about it?
Well,
Why was he
Get
being
him
so
off
stealthy?
guard. Okay, now I'm confused on your point.
I don't get your point. This isn't.
Okay, Hopper knows that there's cameras everywhere when he checked the feed about the rain, and he knows it's fake. So he's been inside. He knows that they have cameras everywhere. When he goes in a second time to break in, and he goes, "Oh yeah, I broke in once. I can do it again." And he goes in. He is cautiously walking around, thinking of where to go until he gets to the door with 2 guards pull guns on him, saying, "Hey, did you forget up the cameras?" I don't know why he walked around so gingerly or cautiously, knowing that there's cameras everywhere present as soon as he got to the facility. Because as soon as he goes into the room and like holds the gun, closes the door, shoots the lock off, then he walks about. A little cautiously because it's pitch black and no one's around, but I think that's a little more out of fear than him going around. Right, or what you're saying is once he's in, he's trying to get as deep as possible. I think he would have been more, not booking it, but I think he would have been more just like finding a way, especially after he passed the plastic with the caution signs on it and asking what's that about to the guy when he was going to check the tapes. So he does kind of know the path of where he's going, why he didn't just go straight there, which I guess is he did technically go straight there, but he's being slow. And that to me didn't add up. Why he didn't think there was cameras or didn't play off that there were no cameras until the comment was made, and then he didn't care.
The second time where you're saying he didn't care, that was with Joyce, right?
No. As soon as the door closes and he shoots the lock, to like break the door or whatever, then he's walking about willy-nilly. A little cautiously in rooms because I think it's out of fear because it's dark. He doesn't know what he's getting himself into and no one's around.
Yeah. So
second time with Joyce, he's like, "Oh, I'll do it again," and then they're on him in an instant when he's with Joyce.
The guards also bring him a key to get inside.
They bring him a key?
Yeah, he takes the key off of them.
Well, it's on his.
It's a joke.
He takes a key from them.
Yeah. That's me joking. He takes the key from them to get inside.
No, yes, yeah. Into that door, takes the key card off.
Yeah. So.
But that's when he's already caught, I guess.
Well, who's to say that wasn't his plan to get the key?
Oh, to get to a locked door to wait for 2 guards to get on him? Or someone to get on him?
We don't really know what his exact plan was.
We just knew he was... what we were given from the film, or the show, is that he planned on sneaking his way as far as he could get until someone confronted him, and then he was just going to book it. That's pretty much what the show gives us on his plan.
Yes, that's what it looks like. I think after the questioning of what's beyond there earlier when he's walking with his partner of the plastic, that's already in his head of where to go, which is where he does go. So I think he knows the direction of where to go. Then being in the the facility and being like, where to go? Should I just go as deep as I can? Try to whatever. So I think he knew his path going. So I guess it does play slight convenience that as soon as he gets to the first locked door, 2 guards show up.
Yeah.
That is a convenience factor. I'll agree on that.
That is convenience. Did you say this was a bigger problem than being left alive?
I think it's fine that he's left alive because it's not connected to 11. And I think that's the main thing that they're all going with, that they're playing with, is like if there's a connection to 11, nothing of the experimentation can get out, nothing of that, which is also kind of weird that they don't. Well, actually, they could have. I don't know how much they covered up of the Terry Ives stuff they found or why it's even in the library to begin with, if they don't want any of that on the record, unless they think it's public knowledge, and Dr. Brenner's totally fine with it being out there because it's not connected to his current case of kids and everything, and think it's covered up well enough already. But being that he only sees the portal, doesn't know what it is or what it does, he's just down there, a bunch of particles, so he's confused by it, but he doesn't know anything about it other than what it could be released of like a crazy dream or a situation like that, than something that's already come across of like, hey, this kid can move things with her mind, or something is seen, because the gate's only in one area. 11 could be anywhere.
You've already admitted that they could have seen. The fact that he could have figured something out in the seconds that he was there is more than enough reason for them to kill him.
Could have what, the gate?
Yes, you said could have, and that's with the same logic that we've been applying to 11. The fact that Benny could have seen something.
Oh, well, in that instance, I don't know why the laboratory is not killing everyone in the town. Because
That's
anyone could have
something
seen
I
the
brought
light.
up in the beginning. Was with Benny's death, I don't know why they killed him over Mike's parents or the teacher. Pretty much anyone that's been
Or
in contact
everyone
or could
in the
have been in
grocery store.
contact with 11.
Yeah. It's the point here is that it's a huge inconsistency. Don't get me wrong, I love Hop. Hop is my favorite character in the show as of season 1. I'm happy he's alive. It's inconsistent though that the government is playing willy-nilly with this rule. They can't be both.
And Hopper's a
Do you
way
think
larger
it was
thorn in
well?
their side than Benny would have ever been.
Yeah, I guess it's another thing. I know you can say like she was present at all times, but the lady who's pretending to be social services, was it her? Was it allowed by everyone that she could kill Benny, or did she take that upon herself as an action to do? Did she go out of her way to kill Benny, thinking it would be fine, and then they clean it up because of her?
I think Brenner
We never
comments
see a
on
scene
it.
where they get mad at her for it, so I don't
I think
see
there's-
why it would be an issue for them. They keep
then it could
enlisting
be
her to
played-
do more.
Yeah,
if
it could
she
be played
screwed
as the
up, then they wouldn't
individual
have her
of
do
the
it.
mission, or the individual of at location to take it into matters of their own hands.
Even so, she shows up to the other places.
She does. Then again, I think the family, or the Wheelers, I guess, is a full family, daytime, open, like public suburban. Even though, pardon me, even though her weapon is silenced, opposed to Benny at night alone. So I don't know if it's also played on location and everything. I don't know. It never shows us of a briefing of they do. It's like, okay, the Wheelers were going to go and pretend we're FBI, or Benny's by himself and he has the kid, just take him out, or get the kid at any means necessary, or however that goes, of either Brenner telling them or the group in the van is like, hey, how are we going to do this one? So I mean, when they go to Mr. Clark at the AV, it's just that one guy checking like, hey, your power's out, or whatever with the AV machine. So I guess it could be played as to the individual on said mission gets choice of what to do.
Okay, but that's still doesn't cover the fact that Hop survived. Because he was, again, that's not an individual, that's the entire facility.
Yeah. So I think it's the facility decision. Or that, I mean, you could say Brenner's decision.
And you think he would just let him live, Brenner?
Well, if not, then the first two guards who stopped Hop, why didn't they shoot him then? Why they allowed him to go in and find more stuff?
They would actually have reason to question him if he's told anyone about anything and why he's actually here.
Which is why I think they planted the bug to find out anything he does know. Also,
No,
another
because
thing
they
is
could have
when
just kept him.
They could have. I don't know why they didn't do that either. They just returned him to his home. They could have kept him, especially since they didn't return his car.
Yeah, there's a lot of spiraling problems out of this particular thing.
I mean, where is Hopper's car? Is it at the lab, or parked outside the lab because he used bolt cutters to cut in?
I think it's parked outside the lab because he uses it later. Like, that's what he drives up with Joyce, right? No, they take Joyce's car, don't they? To cut the...
Yeah, I think they take Joyce's. Oh, they're not above moving cars because they did that with Barb's. Even though they weren't directly connected with that event either.
Yeah, the Stadies keep doing everyone's jobs. Which is also nice that it's not focused just on kids. I do like that little line they give Hop when they check up on him, that the Stadies are doing all these things. Like 2 more people are missing. They found Barb's car. So other things are still working in the world. Like other things are happening.
True.
Which I guess could slightly play into how long Hop was gone. If we're saying from earlier, this could be more than a week. Upwards of 2 weeks. Hop could have been, who knows, asleep a whole day. Maybe he's probably drugged, so it could have been asleep a whole day, missed a whole day, and then that's why they came to check on him.
So we know that. Like, we know he was sleeping long enough to that he missed the funeral, pretty much. And
so that's why they fill him in on what he missed.
Yeah.
All right, so that was Whose
That was my
turn
point.
was that? That was your first or second?
That was my first, I think.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, the paper plate. That was this, right?
Yeah.
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 All right, that was my
That was your
second.
second point. All right. Suppose one more for me. I don't know if I have anything. Oh, I guess my one thing I wrote down is Hopper has a Magnum revolver as his weapon of choice, and in the hallway when he shoots the lock, should have been a way beefier shot. That sound effect did not match up. It was it was a pistol shot.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I guess I'll get my last point out because it's fairly small. Very convenient that Jonathan and Nancy lost each other like seconds after they just saw a deer disappear and presumably a large monster take it.
I think it's more on Nancy's fault. I don't know why Nancy went so damn far away from the portal.
No. I mean,
I don't know
before
why she went through it.
No. I mean, before she goes into the portal.
Oh.
When they just stopped, they were doing the back-to-back thing, and they just stopped. Like they just stopped.
She said she heard something, right?
Yeah, but she doesn't call Jonathan over. Jonathan just disappears out of the scene until she's gone, and up to the other side.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's a little bit of it's a problem.
And yeah, it's a problem. Turns out this episode has a lot of problems.
Yeah.
A little thing, I guess another problem is I don't know if it's actually a problem or just something with the upside down. Maybe you two can help. Before Nancy goes into the portal, her flashlight gives off yellow light. When she goes through, it's now a blue hue.
Yeah.
Is that because of the upside down?
I
That
assume
might be a visual aesthetic choice.
I wrote as a joke in my notes that the upside down turned her flashlight into an LED.
I think in universe, I find it doubtful that it's the upside down. I think it's just a creative decision for the visual.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just for the visual. It's cool. I like the aesthetic, but yeah, it's just for the visual, I think.
And I guess I caught one baby continuity. This will be my last little tidbit. When Joyce and the ex were sitting on the couch and he was kind of comforting her, he put his arm around her, and then the next shot, his arms are like on his lap. So there you go.
Did not catch that.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Well, with that, we'll go on to episode 6, titled Chapter 6, The Monster. This one is also directed by the Duffer Brothers and written by Jesse Nixon Lopez. We have Jonathan pulls Nancy back through the gate. That night, Nancy's afraid and sleeps with Jonathan in her bed. Steve, attempting to reconcile with Nancy, sees them together. Joyce and Hopper track down Terry Ives, who is catatonic and tended by her sister Becky. Becky explains the whole Project MK Ultra to Hopper and what happened to her daughter Jane, or to Terry's daughter Jane. Nancy and Jonathan stockpile weapons to kill the Demogorgon. Steve gets into a fistfight with Jonathan. 11 walks into a grocery store and shoplifts. Mike and Dustin are ambushed by a group of bullies but are rescued by 11. 11 collapses and recalls being asked by Brenner to contact the Demogorgon, and in her terror inevitably opens the gate. She tearfully admits to Mike that she is responsible for allowing the Demogorgon to enter the dimension. Lucas sees agents who are tracking down 11, preparing to ambush Mike's house.
It's a very packed episode.
We will start with Ryder.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna do 2 quick things. The first one is just a neat detail. I forgot what my second one is, so I hope I remember. The Eggo waffles are in their 80s packaging.
Yes.
Which is cool. I like that. It's a very nice detail that I liked.
Did they bring that back as like a promotional thing for the show?
They probably did.
They probably did. As for the other thing that I was going to talk about, is Steve and his friends doing the thing at the movie theater, is that out of character for Steve?
Well, from what I gathered, Steve didn't do anything. He was just there watching them do it, correct?
Tommy's the one who had the spray paint bottle.
Okay.
I think Steve could relate
and
it
Steve
to
told
them.
Steve told Nancy it wasn't his his idea for it, right?
Yeah,
So
I think Steve definitely told the two of them that he saw Jonathan or whatever because they start commenting when Jonathan shows up. So I think they're aware of it. They came up with the idea to do it.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, is it out of
Yeah,
character that he still let them do it? Like,
I don't think so.
Does that
He
cross a
feels hurt.
line for them?
I'd say it's borderline, but I think it's acceptable.
Okay. That was my question. Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle on it. I can see an avenue where it would be out of character for him, but I can also see it's borderline as well. Like I'm pretty sure you are, Crimson. It's in the border. I can see it work. So, just wanted to get everyone's opinion on that.
I do like though how he went back to fix it.
It is a nice detail. Like I said, it's when he lost the quote unquote two bad influences, he is back to just his core character traits, which is him being a decent person.
He's a nice dude. He's got the hair, you know.
Steve the Hair Harrington.
Indeed.
You're an idiot, Steve Harrington.
You're beautiful, Nancy Wheeler. Let's see. I got just a quote I liked. Do you seriously want to fight the Demogorgon with your wrist rocket? That's like RTT2 going to fight Darth Vader.
Yep.
Yeah. And we get to see that come into fruition at the end.
Yep. And this is even before the wrist rocket jokes, which is impressive, but it still works. Like, I can buy that it's, a reference to in their own inner circle joke reference rather than being a Star Wars reference, because wrist rockets, I don't think are a thing until the prequels. Oh, wait, does Boba Fett have a wrist rocket?
Wrist rocket is a Star Wars thing?
Yeah, wrist rocket's
a
huge...
you went to the Jango Fett thing.
Yeah,
that's what you went to.
No, wrist rocket's a huge Star Wars thing.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just talking about the actual slingshot.
Yeah. What I like about this reference now is it works within the context of their discussion, but also double serves as also another Star Wars reference.
I don't know anything in the originals that had a wrist rocket.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if Boba Fett had one in...
No, Boba Fett had his backpack.
Okay.
Yeah, backpack and flamethrower.
Okay. Then
did he have the visual on his costume? He might not have used it, but did he?
No, he didn't.
Have a visual?
No, he didn't.
In Empire, he did not.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, this one it serves as double reference for me, but like I said, it works within the universe. But I think it's also a reference to more modern Star Wars, just a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Because wrist rockets are a huge Star Wars thing. Ever since
Big Mando thing.
No, well before then, it's from the Star Wars Battlefront games.
Before then, I'm just saying Mando has like a whole scene on wrist rockets.
Yeah. Star Wars Battlefront is infamous for its wrist rockets.
Yeah.
So
with the super battle droids.
Yes, it is. Like I said, it's a reference for me.
Audience, we're sorry, we're nerding out. It happens.
The Hobbit.
Okay.
Thank you for contributing, Crimson. We appreciate your attempt.
Yes. I will touch on. I think it's weird that at the beginning, when Jonathan's saving Nancy, Jonathan's flashlight isn't freaking out. It's not blinking at all. It's a solid light. Whereas Nancy's is flashing.
Okay. I actually
Does Hopper and Joyce lights flash when they go in?
No. I don't think so.
They just switch switch to LED, I think, when they're in there.
So I don't know if that's a constant or what.
Well, we've already described the inconsistency.
I didn't know if it was a present around Demogorgon. If a Demogorgon's around, it starts flashing. That's what it seems to be.
Could be.
Human contact.
He flashes the Christmas lights as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
so being that Nancy's is flashing, I know Nancy's closer to the Demogorgon by being in the Upside Down and running from it, and Jonathan isn't. But I feel even though when Jonathan gets to the tree, his would be flashing if the Demogorgon's chasing Nancy.
Well, let's see.
I have a question.
Demogorgon flashes all the lights in the house when he enters. He flashes the school lights when he enters the classroom, and it seems to be a constant, I guess. The pool light doesn't flash, though, when he's with Barb.
No, it goes out.
Okay.
or the garage light goes out.
Did because of the way the episodes the previous episode ended, which was the tree closing, since we're on the flashlighting stuff and in the scene, this is why I reminded me. Did we see the tree closing up more or less, the portal to the other side or the under?
Yeah.
World.
The upside down.
Upside down. I'm just gonna call it the other side because it's just what the joke is in my notes. When we see that closing in the credits, is that the same one that Jonathan? Is that portal the same one that Jonathan pulls Nancy through, or is it a different one?
It's the same one. You can see it slowly closing the whole time he's looking for Nancy.
Okay. I just want to make sure because I wasn't 100% sure. I thought it might have been a different one, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yeah. Since Ryder started and I went, it's your turn, Crimson. What do you got?
The bullies again.
Hey,
but
your
this
favorite
time
characters.
Near murderers.
Look,
I don't know what their objective was.
He is running with a knife.
He brought a knife. He pushed a kid to suicide. The other one showed like, hey man, we're going too far. He just kept going.
Yeah. Also, really lucky that they just followed them there. I mean, I'm assuming, this is the presumption, that when they stopped outside the convenience store and they see the crowd because Elle stole waffles, I'm assuming when we cut away, we have like that over-the-shoulder shot. I'm assuming that's supposed to be the bullies.
Oh, yeah. Is the store before or after walking through the woods?
Before they go walking through the woods.
Oh, so they followed him through the woods too?
Yeah. I have a problem with this because the kids, the bullies don't have bikes, and I don't know about y'all, but you cannot keep up with people on bikes.
Well, not stealthily, at least.
Not only can you not do it stealthily, they would be fucking dead.
In the woods, though.
Yeah, but they were on the street at the convenience store. Is my point.
Yes,
they would have lost the kids. Off. They would have lost them several times before they reached the woods.
Nothing shows us that the bullies don't have bikes.
Nothing shows us that they do.
Walk up to them, they don't have bikes.
Yep, and nothing shows us that they do. So,
yeah, I'd say that's a problem that they kept up with them. But yeah, he was going to kill Mike.
Let's talk about I brought up the plot problems. Let's talk about the moral problems.
Yeah, I can't see this going any other way than he wanted Mike to die. He had several outs of saying, "Okay, I'm just kidding. We'll step away from the ledge," like his friend was thinking. He pushed him to the end, and he was obviously shocked when it happened. But nonetheless, what do you think his intention was? I guess the head bully.
Oh,
do you think that was his intention?
Kill Mike? The intention for this scene is for Elle to save Mike.
Well,
I mean the bully's intention.
I don't know if Troy thought that Mike stepping off would kill him.
You don't think he's smart enough to realize that would kill him?
No. I think he'd see, like, he'd fall into the water, he'd be down the water. It could kill him.
Why did he look concerned when he jumped then?
Because he can't believe he did it.
That looked more like concern than disbelief to me. But I guess that could be up to the actors. Right? Would Mike have jumped for that, I guess?
Oh, to save his friend? Yeah.
Well, save his friend from losing his teeth, I guess.
Yeah, he had a knife.
That's what he was threatening, was his teeth.
And also, Dustin's moving around. Dustin's not accepting it, so it's not going to be a clean cut. It's going to be messy. It could be an accident. So it's even worse of a thought. So, yeah.
Man, okay. See, the issue here is that Mike would be smart enough not to jump because whatever he does to Dustin, even his bully friend already thinks they're going too far. So when this gets to the police, and it does in a way with him complaining about Elle breaking his arm, the rest of the story is going to come out, the fact that they chased him there. So the end result of this scene is that bully is going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
What I would have thought would be interesting. Obviously, it would not be helpful for the 11 introduction, but to help Mike's intelligence in this, it'd be cool if him and Chewbacca had a talk, dropping hints of nerdum to hint at Chewbacca to actually push the blade away so Mike could tackle him or something, you know. Reference a movie or a game or an event in their D&D to hint at how he wants to solve this instead of just walk to the ledge jumping. This seems like he didn't take in really any avenues to solve the issue and just jumped off. And
Yeah, Mike committed to it really fast. I'll grant you that. Mike committed to jumping off really fast. I think Mike could be forced into the position of making that decision, but I don't think they do enough in the scene to facilitate it.
he acted it well. I'll say that
absolutely
for
acted
Mike's
it well.
actor. That was well acted.
Well, Troy was counting down, right? He's giving him a countdown.
The point he was at the ledge, yeah. But I'm saying more before he even walks up the ledge. I think he should have been more proactive with Baka. But then we get 11 saving the day because she managed to follow them through the woods. At least they showed she could hear them, so that's a plus. That was nice. I like how she broke his arm. I like how she made him pee his pants because we didn't really cover that. It's good.
No, the things she can do.
He had a full bladder. I'll say that. That was a lot of pee. He had a huge puddle, and there was a lot in his pants already.
Well, I guess you could go with, was that a bladder thing, or was that telekinetic power to get it out? Like just all the liquid it could. Like even what's not in the bladder to
Squeeze
just
it
get
clean.
it out. Yeah.
That would
Maybe
probably
that
be
she
a
could've,
health
like-
hazard,
Well, if it
forcing
was
that much
in
pee
the,
out at once like that. I
if it
don't
was
know.
in the past the liver, right?
Well, yeah, it would be past the liver at that point.
Now we're driving
So
back into L's
It's been
education.
filtered already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything past the liver out of the body.
Now we're getting delve into the fact of how much education has L had.
Oh.
It's going to circle back around
That's
to
true.
that, this conversation.
That's also
Oh.
true.
Ah,
How well does
Who
she know
knows?
anatomy?
and the power to pinpoint exact. Yeah, no.
Which organ to squeeze? Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see. We've all had a turn. Let's go with Ryder again. Point number 2.
All right. I love Nancy and Jonathan going shopping. It was just a classic. For me, this is just a very cliche, classic movie scene of teenagers going to buy a bunch of stuff they clearly don't need, but they do need, but they're just not telling anybody why they need it.
Well, they do monster hunting.
Yeah, exactly. It's monster hunting. That's the joke. Like I don't know. Like, the scene is just special to me because it's funny and it accomplishes a multitude of things. They're actually being smart about prepping for the Demogorgon, while also it's funny because they're laying out all this stuff, and the guy who behind the counter is just like, okay, just accepts it.
Hey, as long as your money works, sure.
Yeah, that's how it was back in the day. I'll touch on, well, I guess something with the just Jonathan. Jonathan slept with a loaded gun. I think that's a little out of his character. But
Out of character?
I think it would have been on
out
the
of character.
end table. That close to Nancy, a loaded gun, or himself in his sleep.
I mean,
I don't think it would have done
I think it.
I think we would put it to the side, not under his sheets, I guess. But
Yeah, the
I
first.
think it would definitely be within reach.
Yeah, the first sign where he's on the floor, where you see him wrap the gun like aiming down at himself, that was a little weird. I think him moving it up once he goes to sleep in the bed, I think it's a little bit better. Though to be fair, I don't remember him seeing a gun when he went up there.
He puts it kind of under the pillow, like halfway under the pillow
Okay.
on his left, so in the middle of the bed.
I mean, they had a very traumatic experience. I'd be a little worried too.
Wait, you chose to say out of character. Why is that out of character?
I think he's trying to be protective of Nancy and respect her space and time. And putting a
trying to
gun that
protect
close to
her.
her is reckless.
Okay, the gun is not for that. The gun is for the monster.
I know. That's why I don't think he'd put the gun that close to Nancy. And that's why he took the floor and away from her. Or if he did put the bed, it would be on an end table or on the floor next to the bed. He seems to be caring of her.
I don't
Okay, is there two guns going on right now? I'm confused now.
No, there's one revolver 6-shooter.
Yeah.
The one that he put under his sheet?
Yeah. Right next to her.
And that's too close to her, huh?
The fact that it's loaded,
when he's lying on the floor?
No, he's talking about.
Lying on the
he's
floor,
talking
he's
about,
not near her.
Yeah, when he's talking about when he went to in her bed to nap.
Yeah. Him on the floor in a sleeping bag with a gun, fine. Him putting the gun as close to Nancy as he can while sleeping in her bed, not fine.
I think that's for himself. I want to be honest. I mean, yes, it also serves to protect her, but it's there to protect him too. I don't see why he wouldn't do that.
I agree it's a safety hazard, but I wouldn't say it's out of character.
It was very weird for me. Anyway, I guess that's my second point. But not necessarily what I want to touch on, but okay. Crimson.
What else happened? I'm forgetting something.
There was a fight.
Oh, yeah, there's.
Oh, yes.
Steve and Jonathan.
That was something I had a problem with. The Demogorgon is attracted to blood. That's what we're led to believe.
It's not.
There's a good amount of blood on his face.
Yep. That's the follow-up part that got me. It's nocturnal, as Ryder said. It never appears during the day.
He still has the blood on him at night.
Did it hit night? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
did. When they set the trap up for him, he still has blood on him.
He gets there, yes.
Yeah, it's definitely dried blood, but I do like the fact that the three people who are bleeding at the moment is where he goes, just because that's where he happens to be the most blood. Let's see.
So the blood is your issue.
Yeah, that's kind of a big thing they made a point to distinguish.
I just go with that as nocturnal, or only comes out at night, because every other instance of interaction has been at night.
Okay, what about with Mike? He's had blood on his chin and slept over the night with it.
Same with Steve. It dried.
Why would that matter? Blood is
Dried
blood. It still smells the blood. She compared it to a shark.
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. That I don't know.
Okay.
But then again, yeah.
It really shouldn't matter.
Because it also goes to Will. Will wasn't bleeding when he was captured. There's no blood instance in that. But
I think they're a little inconsistent with, I guess, the Demogorgon hunting. But for the actual fight with Steve and Jonathan, it was a pretty decent fight. I thought Steve would have more in him, which is kind of pointed out by his not so friends later. He got beat up by him.
Jonathan Byers.
Yeah.
I think it was a fine choreographed fight. Seemed fine. I didn't necessarily like the music that it was paired with. It didn't seem very fight. It was like, it felt very like this won't have that much consequence kind of music. Like another just background 80s instrumental piece. It just didn't seem to have weight to it. And that could just be me, but
yeah, I can see that. I think the fight is also well choreographed for the most part. I'm trying to remember back. I don't remember how quite Jonathan gets the upper hand on Steve, but I think the first few like rushes and hits are really really well done. Like they're umphy.
Yeah, Jonathan gets on top of Steve and just starts wailing into his face.
Yeah, I don't know how. My thing is I don't know how he. I don't remember how he attained that advantage, but I agree that's pretty much what he does. Once he gets on top, he just doesn't stop.
Yeah.
And then he punched a cop.
Yep.
And it was the funny cop. so it's okay.
It's definitely the
He gets arrested though.
yeah, it's definitely consequences. It sucks. Uh, I don't know how they got away scot free because I'm pretty sure the other police officer would recognize the other kids. At least
Yeah, in a small
recognize them.
town,
Yeah.
for sure.
So it's kind of lucky they all get away scot free. But
Especially if they were okay with
kids.
Yeah.
They might already have a history.
yeah, especially when they have the two kids already in custody, they would tell them they were not the ones that instigated the fight. Really, it was Steve egging him on.
Plus, they questioned them for Barb's disappearance, didn't they?
They questioned Nancy with her mom in the high school.
Well, yeah, but they would have questioned everyone that was there.
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, Steve just went to Nancy to make sure she wouldn't talk about the alcohol. So yeah, those cops would have recognized them.
No. If Nancy never brought up the party or anything with the party, they would have been questioned. Because there would have been no connection at all that Barb was with them. Because Nancy's whole game was she doesn't know where Barb is. She never said like Barb was at a pool at Steve's house.
No, they do.
She
did. She brought up the place.
Yeah, they talk about her going upstairs into Steve's room.
They said explain the argument you had with Barb, and she explained how she went upstairs with Steve and all that stuff.
Okay. Then in that case, sorry, yes, they would have been questioned.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know how they escaped the charges. I doubt Hopper would cover for them. Cover for Jonathan.
Okie doke. Was that all the 2 points?
Did Ryder have 2? Oh, 1.
Ryder started this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to the gun buying thing. I think I have a quick thing on the last thing to end on, which would be the Mike and Will's, like, the friendship rules, because I think it's in this episode where
First Blood?
Yeah.
This is the episode that
Lucas goes off on his own.
Yeah.
And Lucas is the one that's spying on the place, and he's figured out that the Department of Energy is where the portal is. He just doesn't know where inside of the Department of Energy it is. But I like the friendship rules that they have. You draw first blood, you're the one to apologize. It's very simple, very direct, and it seems like the kind of rule that kids would come up with. And I like how self-aware Dustin is in the hierarchy of friends. Like, he knows he's not his best friend, like Mike's best friend. And even though it's useful for the plot, I think Lucas has reason enough to decline shaking Mike's hand in this episode.
Yeah.
I agree. I didn't think that the first time I watched it, apparently. Because, like I said, I didn't like Lucas the first time.
Okie doke. Well, with that, we'll go to the next episode, episode 7, titled Chapter 7, The Bathtub, directed by the Duffer Brothers, written by Justin Doble, who also wrote the Body episode, though that was directed by Sean Levy. So, synopsis: Lucas warns Mike that the agents are coming for 11. They flee the house. 11 flips a van. Lucas reconciles with Mike and 11, and the kids hide in the junkyard. Nancy and Jonathan reveal their knowledge of the Demogorgon to Joyce and Hopper. The group asks 11 to search for Will and Barb telepathically, which he can't. They break into the middle school, make a makeshift sensory deprivation tank. 11 finds Barb dead and Will alive. Realizing that the gate is in the basement of the lab, Hopper and Joyce break into the lab and apprehend by security guards. Nancy and Jonathan head back to Byers' house, planning to lure and kill the Demogorgon. In the Upside Down, the Demogorgon breaks into Will's fort. We will start with Crimson.
All right, I'll go with the deprivation tank. I'm not an expert. Writer, correct me here.
Go on.
I think you got the best knowledge. The water to salt ratio they use in this, was that too much salt? It seemed like a lot of salt.
1,500?
It's dependent
on
the
size of the pool and the amount of bags they dumped in there seemed like a lot.
It's dependent on the size of the tank. So, in an average deprivation tank, Like I guess the one that I guess the average one I guess we'll consider is the one that she uses in the laboratory. That might be the size for that, but this is obviously not as big as that. This is a kiddie pool, so I think it's they use a different amount of salt ratio, so they get that large amount of salt, but you can tell that they're measuring by specific amounts of salt they put in there. So like they're measuring with each bag because they know it's different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying if it's a realistic ratio portrayed, it seemed like a lot of salt was what I was
Oh,
going
okay.
towards.
I see what you're asking. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know.
Okay.
I think what
Yeah, I
they're
don't know either. It just seemed like a lot.
yeah with what they're working with in the show, I think it's fine. I don't know. Uh, I don't know much about sensory deprivation tanks because that's not my field of expertise.
Darn it, you're not an expert on that or wells. What are you an expert in?
Physics and biology, my guy.
I think the salt was fine.
Yeah, one of the details that I like with the salt is they're using the egg to measure the buoyancy. Neat
Where do you get that
detail.
egg?
The cafeteria. With the
Okay.
pudding.
Either the cafeteria
Probably.
or he just took it from his house, the house that they were
Yeah.
staying at, Joyce's house.
It was just odd that Dustin just had eggs. Just out of the blue.
Yeah,
And I guess it wasn't a true deprivation tank either because
obviously
she could hear. And
Joyce
the
commented
goggles,
on
I
it.
guess, would be fine, but she could hear stuff.
Yeah.
Not that it really matters. Her powers worked regardless.
It was close enough to the mimicking of a sensory deprivation tank, I guess.
I'll go next, and then we'll go to writer. Do you think? So Nancy, so Jonathan goes to tell his mom, like, I'll go with you, and she goes, no, stay here. And then he talks to Nancy. Nancy is the next oldest out of the group, and yet she leaves the kids unattended in the gymnasium to go wait in the hallway for Jonathan, who then they leave together without telling the kids they're leaving.
Oh, I think it's both their faults. Jonathan and Nancy, like I'll blame both of them. But it is weird
I'll
they
blame
didn't tell
both
the
that they
kids.
left. I find it weird that Nancy left the kids unattended and didn't wait for Jonathan to get back or someone to get back to inform them.
I mean, in theory, he's just right outside the door, right? Like he's not like on the other side of the school or anything.
No. But we don't know the location of the gymnasium where the kids are to the cars and where Joyce and Hopper are leaving. Because Jonathan comes back into the school and Nancy's right there. Well, my question is, why did Nancy leave the kids?
Doesn't like them.
Because it makes sense to me. Jonathan would leave the kids to go with his mom because that's what he's envisioning. That's his brother. He's gonna go.
Yeah.
But why was Nancy there?
Maybe she's
I
on
don't know.
perimeter. I don't know.
That didn't make real sense to me. Why Nancy would leave the kids unattended?
I don't know. Maybe she has faith in them because they've been doing pretty well on their own this whole time, regardless.
Yeah. See
I can't.
that part, Crimson. That part I believe is why they left without telling them they're leaving. Because if they said, "Hey, we're gonna go to the buyer's house," all the kids would know where they're going, could go with them, could follow them. Without that information, they stayed in the school. So I think that's fine. And by fine, I mean passable.
Mhm.
All right, cool. Writer, topic for you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have much to say on that. I had a couple, but I think I'll start with the simple one, which was I like the separate groups that we get while they're all at the school. We have Hop and Jonathan getting the salts. We have Dustin and Lucas setting up the kiddie pool. And then we have the siblings, because we don't really see them interact at all outside of the dinner table, so it's kind of nice to see them be siblings with each other, referring to Mike and Nancy.
Which I think was great. Good writing.
Yeah, I
Of
agree.
not keeping secrets, immediately keeping a secret.
Yeah. And then Joyce and Elle, I think, was the underrated duo of this episode. Because I think Elle for the first time had a actual parental figure, which kind of hits at home a little bit. Um, and I think their choices the choice they made for all of them, the characters got to play off each other. Lucas and Dustin obviously played off more for laughs, but I think I liked everyone else's interaction because it just progressed the characters forward a little bit. And it is funny that you're right, Springs. Them immediately keeping secrets about their crushes was quite funny.
Yeah, that to me was like great sibling chat.
Yep.
All right, Crimson. Point number 2. If you have a point number 2.
I could talk about anything. I just need to remember what I'd want to talk about. So this is when Hopper gives them up, correct? Is that next episode?
Gives them up?
Gives them up?
Like, makes the deal.
No, that's...
With,
yeah, that's the end of this episode or the start of the next, I think.
This one, Joyce and Hopper break into the lab and get apprehended by security guards, and that's how it ends for them, too.
Okay, so no deal yet. Okay. No Lando, as it's referred to a lot.
Yep.
Yeah. I hope you understand what that means.
Yeah, traitor.
Okay, cool.
Close
I've
enough.
seen Star Wars.
Close enough.
The Star Wars.
All right, I'm just saying, the last time we just talked about that, he said Hobbit, so...
No, it was a joke.
All right, good. Saving your skin from the comments, Crimson.
Eat me alive. Shoot, what else happened? Give me a refresher. One more time.
Okay,
Well, sure,
the van flipped.
Oh,
breaking
sure.
into
I'll talk
the
about the
school.
chase. All right.
Okay.
The chase scene. It's pretty cool. Pretty nice. 11. Pretty vicious. Not as vicious as she will be, though. Oh, shoot. That was something I was going to talk in the previous one. Side note. I guess this kind of goes towards her killing mentality. She wouldn't kill a cat. It was interesting that they chose a cat. I would have thought a rat, because that's kind of the typical lab animal to depict. Maybe she graduated from rat to cat. I don't know. But she's totally fine killing people, which we see earlier already with the 2 guards she smashed. The car flip was cool. It looked pretty decent. The side view of it flipping over them, a little wonky, but still nice visual.
I can tell you that was practical. That was real. That was not CGI usage.
My only issues with the car flip...
The kids were under it?
Yeah. That was a real
Really?
van. Yep.
The only
It
issue...
It wasn't spliced over?
No. It was another fact I had. It was nitrogen cells used for the hit, and something like that. It was on wires.
No, I believe the car got flipped, but the kids weren't under it when they did that, right? It's a safety hazard.
I cannot confirm or deny. There was nothing
There's no way
on
they
the
did
use
that.
of kids, but the car practical was real.
Yeah.
Only issue what they have with the van flipping scene is the kids were dodging out of the way of a van coming right at them full speed.
They're playing chicken.
Yeah, I guess. With bikes, sure. But, good on Elle. I mean, she responded quickly to their stupidity, I guess. Then the only other problem I have with the scene is that the vans just didn't drive up the curb and around.
There was a roadblock, Ryder. There's no sidewalks or lawns to drive on. Are you crazy? No, I agree. I don't know why they stopped chasing them. Unless they were just like, we're going to get flip 2. What's the point?
Maybe. I think they could have commented on that. It's just that one's more minor than the other one, which was the kids just driving straight into the van and not bothering to try and veer off the road. That one that's the one I have the most problem with. This one's debatable because I'm like, they could come to that conclusion as you just did, but I think I needed something from that because it's very easy to get around the van. The
passenger of Papa is like, I'm not moving forward. I'm not playing with that. But I guess going with the chase as well, them getting tipped off by Lucas was good. the range of the walkie-talkies are not consistent,
No, they are not.
which is annoying because it makes me wish they just didn't bring up the point that there was a range. But I wish it was just like, we have a range of our town, and that's it. And then they needed the ham radio for broadcasting the rest of the world. I think that would be enough. Because otherwise, they're just too inconsistent with the walkie-talkies. Because they're in the junkyard or whatever with the bus, and then we have Joe's. No, that's not his name. No.
Dustin.
Justin. All right.
Dustin.
I always forget his name.
Starts with a D.
Dustin.
No. The older brother.
Oh, Jonathan.
Jonathan. I always forget his name. No, I wasn't talking about Chewbacca. Jonathan went to get Will's, which I'm pretty sure those aren't very close. Why? I don't know. They're just inconsistent with the radios, which is fine. It's small, but it's something to point out. And then the way that the government, I guess people question the parents, I would agree they wouldn't kill the whole family. I think it's certainly something they could do. I don't think it's necessary here. I think that would bring too many eyes. Because I don't know how they'd spin it. Because if they're like, the father went crazy, killed the family, and they set it up that way, or maybe, well, it could have been an accident, I guess. Maybe like the water heater blew up or something. I don't know. They could play it off, but it would be too much, I think.
My thing, if they were if they chose to kill the Wheeler family, they would have just come back at night. I think.
Who would have come back at night?
The government. Department of Energy.
Okay.
I think if they were to kill the Wheeler family, they would have just come back at night.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, all they have to do is plant a bug and just listen into plant several bugs because they're already emptying the house of stuff anyway and searching the house. And then, that's how you make sure they're not telling anybody anything, like, to a degree. And they just come back at night and wet work them.
That's pretty much all I got for the chase.
Okay. That leaves second points. Man, I keep pinballing all over the place. All right, second points. Writer.
Okay. Had one. Now it's gone again.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Great.
Actually, I think I'm just going to focus on the investigation stuff this episode. I think that's kind of was going to be my broader point. The kids make up. I quite like the scene. Even though you brought up a small issue with the Crimson in that Lucas wouldn't have apologized for... He would apologize for what he acted, but he wouldn't apologize for her being a traitor, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah. That's
kind of what you went with.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with that. And then... the kids then develop, they're able to figure out the weapon, that L is a weapon, just by sharing their information with each other. And this kind of leads to the Hop side of the story, which was they get a hold of... he reconnects with Jonathan and Nancy at the police station. And they all go to Joyce's house and use the walkie-talkie to contact them. And I think the show makes a good choice of not showing Hop take out the government agents. It just happens off screen. I think that was the smart choice.
That was what I brought up earlier, where they just didn't show what happened.
Yeah.
Because they spread out. So I don't know how he would have done that.
Yeah, I don't know how he did it either, but I think the smart choice is that they don't show it. He just did it. Because it would make the government more incompetent, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I like all the investigation stuff and how all the groups are together at the end to exchange information with one another before the climax at the school. I kind of covered a lot broadly there, so if any of you have anything else...
No, a bunch of investigation things. I think it's totally fine of Hop taking them all out from the outside.
Yeah. I'm just happy they don't show it because it's too much room for error. you know, and you also
Yeah.
want the government agents to be threatening still, because you know they're the antagonists. So
I do like that they were smart enough to send ground units, even though they didn't have any visual backing for the location. And the guy was smart enough to actually figure out the bikes meant they were there.
That's my second thing I want to touch on.
I thought this would have been explained away, but it never was, because I thought they took Mike's walkie-talkie.
When?
When?
Oh, when they're confiscating everything in the house.
He had it on him, didn't he?
Yeah. Mike had his walkie-talkie. Dustin's is connected to a headset.
Oh, I thought
They
that was
all
the
had
same
their
one.
walkie-talkies.
Like they just have the one walkie-talkie with them. So Dustin just happened to connect the walkie-talkie that they had.
Yeah, to a headset.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought that would have been explained away. It's not. So I agree. You were saying about it, Springs?
I was going to talk about how when they spot the helicopter, their first instinct is to hide the bikes, not hide themselves. I thought that was very smart.
It was.
That's true.
I don't know if the time fully goes up, if the helicopter would be within range to spy them at that point, but I think it's totally passable by how far the helicopter's out. But they were able to hide the bikes, and I think that was cool.
Actually,
the general rule is like, if you could see a helicopter could see you, but you are small and on the ground while they're in the sky, so it's easier to spot them.
Yeah.
So theoretically, they could see them, but odds are they didn't from that range.
I mean, we could ask. Oh, never mind. That's gonna get censored. I'm not gonna bring that up.
Oh, thank you for not bringing it up.
Yeah. Oh shit. I was gonna go from that to something else, and I keep losing my fucking places. God damn it.
Helicopter.
Helicopter.
Them being
Bathtub.
seen.
Chapter 7.
Yeah, it's not helping, guys. I wish it was.
I think the shortest episode in the whole season.
Yeah, 45 minutes.
It is the shortest episode. Yeah, a lot happens in this episode. It's very densely packed. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh yeah, okay. My point was this: can the government not listen in on their walkie-talkie exchanges, like they're listening on everything else?
I don't know if they know the frequency, but it's theoretically possible, right? They would need to know what signal to scan for, right?
Yeah, everything they've been picking up is all on telephone wire.
Yeah, I assume the excuse that the writers would give is that they're using the telephone wire. Yeah, that's how they're tapped into the landlines, and that's just what they're listening to. But the issue with that is, don't they hear the AV room conversation?
Yes. Right, because then they know to go check at the school.
Yeah, that's why they send one of the electrician guys into the AV room scene, and we see it all burnt up.
That's how they go to the school, yeah. So the AV, they pick up on that frequency, which is not the same frequency as the walkie-talkies.
Yeah, but it shows that they're listening to more than just landlines.
Yes.
Yeah.
They could already know that because of the Mr. Clark ordering it and putting it in, so they could know that it's a thing of existence.
And it would be part of a government building as well.
And the frequency of it would be 1 to get to it. So once they got it, they have the hub frequency, which is what they're tapping into.
Because, I mean, the reason I bring this up is this how the government found them, or knew to explore the area?
Well, they asked the mom where... Well, are you talking about the junkyard or the school right now, right?
Junkyard. Yeah,
junkyard. They asked the mom where they would hide, and then they kind of cut to the junkyard, right? That's how the scenes went.
Maybe
so
maybe they did.
Yeah, so I read it as if she told him about the junkyard.
Otherwise, it would be very lucky that they just showed up at a two cars.
Yeah,
showed up at a junkyard. It kind of gives away that this was the answer that Mrs. Wheeler gave.
Okay. That's fine. I was just curious if they found it through other means. I for some reason, I don't know why, I thought Mike walkie-talkie was confiscated when they searched the house.
No.
Yeah, I know. I agree they didn't.
Okay. I think the only one that they could have confiscated, but they had no use for it, is when they did the one knock on the buyer's house and checked out the buyer's
They went through
residence
Will's
when no one
house.
was there. Yeah, and they could have taken Will's walkie-talkie. Because that's how Jonathan connects to check for the kids, is by using Will's walkie-talkie at home.
Yep.
But, Crimson, did you have a second point on this episode?
I do. And it's going to be close to my first point. Deprivation tank. Except I'll go with her actual deep diving into it. We get to see what happened to Barb. And yeah, not a happy looking death either.
That was a suffering death right there.
You got Captain Keyed. Spoiler alert for whatever property, because I don't want to give away what it was. There you go. Boom.
It's called Halo the TV show.
Oh, yeah.
Don't watch it. Watch our coverage, though.
That's pretty much my advice to everyone. Just watch us cover it. You don't need to see the show.
Right, a good plug. Yeah. Self-plug. There you go.
Yeah, so Barb, pretty gruesome. I think 11 had a pretty good reaction to that.
I like that Joyce is the one that calms her down.
Yeah, she calmed her a lot better than Papa ever did. I liked the one-on-one Joyce and 11 had before it. That was pretty good.
Well, thank you.
I think you brought that up earlier.
I did. I'm like, thank you for commenting on it now, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't bring it up at the time. You didn't comment at the time. But since it's relevant. Then we get to see Will. And it's interesting, her visions in this void area, whatever it may be, what it decides to portray, because sometimes it's just the individual she's focused on, and then sometimes it's the environment around the individual. Not too consistent in that. Don't know if you guys have a thought on that.
I think it might just be for the audience in this case, just because it's especially like his like little fortress in the back of the house.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I don't for the audience.
I don't have any strong opinions of it other than cool visual, I guess.
Yeah, and then we're like, oh my god, Will's alive after not drinking or eating anything for 2 weeks. Incredible.
Alright, okay, alright. Yeah. 2 weeks has been ridiculous, let's be honest. It's 1 week. It's still ridiculous that he survived this long, but still.
Well, I mean, we established a timeline.
It's anywhere between 1 week at least. It could be anywhere between 7 to... What is it?
When did it start again?
7 November to 18 days.
The only thing I know about the episode is
19.
Keeping track of the
You think it's Christmas Day?
Keeping track of the 9-day cycle. The only one that I know the last 3 episodes take place over 1 day and 1 night. I think, if I'm remembering correctly.
We're going off the initial November whatever it said in
November
the beginning.
6th.
November 6th, and then we're assuming that the ending is Christmas Eve, so a month before Christmas Eve, November.
I'm going
24th.
with Christmas Eve because they're saying Merry Christmas, and
it's a safe bet.
Yeah, Will says he thinks he knows what his gift is, meaning it isn't opened yet.
Yeah.
All I know is that the last 2 episodes of this show, I mean, is before the time skip, is over the course of a day.
A day and night.
Yeah, is a day and night.
And I guess the next day when they're in the hospital.
Yeah. But obviously we're trying to keep track of Will, because once Will's in the hospital, they have IV bags, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But the idea is that he wouldn't live up to that point. There is only...
No, I'm just saying the day after that and everything is another day counted for the month skip. To be counted in
quarantined. But what was I doing? Oh, yes, Will in the tent. Good scene. There you go. Save some time off there. There you go.
Radagast. All right, Crimson. That's another Star Wars reference. All right, I think that's all we have on that episode. And before the comments belate me, I know what I'm talking about. Okay, I know what I did. Episode 8, Chapter 8, The Upside Down. This was directed by the Duffer Brothers. This one's a little different though. The story is by it's Paul Dichter or Paul Dichter. I don't know if the CH is pronounced that way, but the teleplay is by the Duffer Brothers.
Interesting.
So, this episode, Hopper, haunted by the death of his daughter Sarah, gives up Eleven's location to Brenner. In exchange, allows Hopper and Joyce to enter the Upside Down to rescue Will. Nancy and Jonathan cut their hands to attract the Demogorgon. Steve attended to apologize to Jonathan. Arrives just as the Demogorgon appears. Steve, Nancy, and Jonathan fight the Demogorgon and light on fire, forcing it to retreat to the Upside Down. The boys and 11 are at the middle school, and Brenner and the agents show up. As Brenner and some of the agents pin 11 and the boys down, the Demogorgon, who is attracted to the bleeding corpses of the agents, 11 killed, appears, attacks Brenner. Hopper and Joyce enter the Upside Down's version of Hawkins' library, where they encounter separate corpses of the Demogorgon's victims. They find Will unconscious with an impregnating tendril down his throat. Interesting. Revive him with CPR. The Demogorgon finds the boys, and after several failed attempts to hurt the Demogorgon, 11 recovered from her exhaustion. It disintegrates it. It disappears. Will is recovered in the hospital. 1 month later, it says it's Christmas, but I don't know. I'm reading off a synopsis. Nancy and Steve are back together. They're both friends with Jonathan. Will coughs up a slug-like creature and has a vision of the Upside Down. I will begin this last episode.
Works for me.
Because I
Obviously.
can. What do I want to touch on? I already did touch on about the blue hair tie, which is more prominent in this episode because you see it on Sarah and then on Hopper and so forth. But I've already talked about that. Let's go with, I guess a film technique, editorial lighting technique that they use to help strengthen a scene of the show, which is when the Demogorgon breaks in to attack Jonathan and Nancy and Steve. The lights are flickering, which helps aid the fact that the CGI is not as strong as it could be to give less detail needed to be given to the Demogorgon.
Yeah, the CGI in the show definitely bounces a few times. I think the
It
worst.
does.
I think the worst CG of it is in the second episode, whenever it first crawls through the wall, of the house. I think is its worst CG. Here, I'm agreeing with you, Springs. I think it definitely helps with the CG.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it CG, but I think the worst effect they did was the close up of Mike hovering above the quarry. I think
Yeah.
that's the worst looking one.
Yeah, that's also
That was
pretty
like
bad.
2005
Very green
TV.
screened.
That
I'm
was
glad they
great.
did shots far away, because that looks a lot better. But the close up of him did not look good.
Speaking of not great effects, the deer was not a very good
It was an
animatronic. It was not a good one.
It was okay.
I mean, like they play to their strengths. Like I think it's a good choice that they deliberately don't use Demogorgon all that often.
No, I do like that
helps.
it's not constant hidden. It's not a silhouette the entire time.
Yeah,
You get little more. You get a little more and a little more and a little more.
yeah. Like the clearest picture we see of it is the picture of it that Jonathan managed to take.
I mean, kind of. That's half its body, kind of in shadow.
Yeah.
The clearest thing we get of it is when 11 pushes
11
it to the
kills it.
chalkboard.
Oh yeah. No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about before then. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, before then. Well, yes, it's a silhouette when Will sees it at the beginning. You see the shape of it a bit through the walls.
You see Barb. You see its mouth when Barb looks at it.
Yeah, you see its mouth. Yeah, you see just little tidbits here and there, which is nice. Keeps the mystery of like what is this thing to engross. But I thought that was very good, the use of the lightings, and it wasn't like, yes, it is epilepsy warning by the Flash, but because it's not a solid color to like black and white, you know, going from pitch black to a color, and it's all rainbow, I think really gives a lot more detail in when the lights are around off of things, and it's not like flashbanging. So like when Steve's fighting with the bat, it's not like, oh, I have to look away. Like in, for example, like Incredibles 2 with the screenslaver fight with Elastigirl, like that's like, oh my gosh, I have to look away. That's a bit much. And this to me was not as harsh as it is or could have been. Also, the cheeky little bat flip he does with his hand, so cool.
The Demogorgon.
No, Steve. when Steve's
Steve
hitting
with
with
the
the
axe.
bat and like flips it the
Oh,
bat in his
yeah.
hand.
Once he went into hero mode
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
instead of coward.
it's a well deserved moment. Like I said, one of the things I wrote down, because I wrote down a bit of a monologue about Steve. We have this tendency to revert to our basic character traits when a lot of other things about ourselves are stripped away. And because at this point a lot of Steve has been stripped away, all he has are his base character traits, and at that core, he's a decent person, which is why he goes back inside to help.
Yeah.
Good job,
I
Steve.
can agree with
We're
that.
proud of you for season 1 at least.
Well, on the topic of Steve Sprinks, you didn't really go deep into it, but I want to hear more of your thoughts on the ending Steve got on this season, where you got Nancy.
The ending.
You said you weren't a fan.
I wasn't the biggest fan because Nancy was kind of pushing her way away from Steve because of the friends, which I guess is also the benefit that Steve left the friends, which could get Nancy into like a bounce back that Steve's a better person for leaving the friends. But especially over the span of a month, because we don't know what occurred in the month. But the fact that she was getting closer with Jonathan and a little more than a friend, because when it kind of helps in the conversation where Nancy asks Mike if he likes Elle, and he says no, but he does. When Mike asks Nancy if she likes Jonathan, she says no. So it's a back and forth of like keeping a secret. So that shows that she likes Jonathan, at least played off a little stronger to me in that form. And that she didn't, when Steve slept the night, we don't know if Steve was on the floor in the bed, if he left like soon after a makeout, who knows, when she was at the Wheelers. But as for Jonathan, Jonathan slept in the bed, so that seems like a more visually shown closer connection of the two. So it looks like she's getting closer and closer with Jonathan than she is with Steve, and getting Steve more and more out. Steve could have brought up the fact that he cleaned the writing on the movie theater for her, and like just more interactions of like, hey, I'm trying to do better, you know, I protected you, which could have been a hero in her eyes at the time, of like he did not retreat or be a coward, he came back to protect them. So she could see that more as than Jonathan, but I think she's closer to Jonathan and wouldn't necessarily want to harm him by saying, hey, I'm going to stay with Steve. Or she could bring up that Steve and I never, you know, said we're breaking up, so they're still a couple, which could have just been a little harmful for playing Jonathan's feelings, which then is kind of a bred into Nancy's character than Steve's choice. But she stayed with Steve, and then Steve originally was to apologize to Jonathan, so their connection's fine. I think Jonathan's a little tender, a little wounded a bit about Nancy being with Steve, maybe, and that's why he kind of just like accepts the gift of the camera and just says thanks and leaves, even though after a month's time, because I guess they're still friends with one another. But I see that as like a soft spot, that Jonathan maybe thinks of her more than what she sees him because she's with Steve now. So to me, that's just not as strong, or kind of not as good. I think it would have been maybe better if Nancy was with neither of them, so she isn't like fully connected with Jonathan, but she isn't, because I think if she was at Christmas with Jonathan, it would be a little like cheesy, like, oh, she got with the hero or the better out of the two or something. And staying with Steve is kind of like reconciling, like Steve is a better person now, so she's still with him, and uses it somewhat of like excuses or answers to Jonathan of why they're not together. So I think it would have been better if they were both separate, if Nancy was by herself. I think that would have strengthened Steve to have some alone time to see what he needs to do in his life. I think it would have been a little better, or maybe a little helpful as a friend, if he like, I think the ending with the Byers is good, that it just needs to be their family, because it's been the whole season of the family been broken up and now they're together, so don't interact with that. But if like there was a knock on the door at the Wheelers and Steve was there and he said hi and Merry Christmas and like joined the family, then just for Nancy, even though his intentions could just be there for Nancy, but they're not a couple, I think that would have been good on Steve's character, to give him time to be by himself and see what changes he could do. There could be a little talk of like, if that did happen, Steve could be like, hey, Nancy, I was thinking, could you want to go see a new movie? I heard Tom Cruise is in it, because Nancy has a poster of Tom Cruise, and he brings up Risky Business of her lover boy, so there's a connection that way. So that could come up. I think that would have just been better for Steve's character than kind of just getting this sense of a win by still being with Nancy. Then again, they do go into season 2 of changing it, but still, I don't necessarily see as Steve not fully giving a apology when he wanted to give an apology, and just being there to defend is what won him Nancy away from Jonathan.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
I mean, the answer's yeah. Your view on it, yeah, definitely does that.
My view is much shorter because I haven't seen season 2 or anything past it. I'm fine with this. I don't really feel because we do time skip a month, and there's a lot of things that could have happened in that. For all we know, they could have had that alone time. And my thing with with Jonathan and Nancy, I'm actually going to steal this from another fandom that I'm a part of, but they are more than friends, but not quite lovers. It's kind of how I view Nancy and Jonathan's relationship. But then again, I don't really remember much beyond the first few episodes of season 2. So
I'm curious how, because they wrote this in after the fact. What would have it looked like if Steve died?
Well, it would be, as you say, it would be an entirely different show, right?
Well, true, after the fact. I mean, just for this ending. If Nancy
would probably still not be with Jonathan, but it'd be like set up for them to have a relationship next season. That deal would be my guess. Get the audience enticed to see that instead of it already being like, all right, they're together now.
Okay.
Be my guess. Which is what I think they did here with Steve and Nancy being together. I think it's to entice the audience to be like, well, look at the amount of drama we're setting up now, huh? Want to check out season 2?
I guess so, yeah. A little bit of that love teen hook.
Yeah.
To get that.
That's what I see it mostly as. It's just a hook for
that part of the audience.
Yeah.
I guess it's also into Nancy just being very panicked or like really shocked that she pulled a loaded gun onto Steve.
That
to tell him to get out.
Is that a question of it's out of character or not?
Yeah.
I think it is.
I think it is.
Yeah, a bit.
Especially when
she definitely can handle a weapon more than Jonathan can.
First try.
But
yeah, I think.
Yeah, but I do think it's a bit much.
I think she would pull a gun on him, but she wouldn't start counting down.
No.
Like, obviously, the goal of it is to intimidate him to leave before the Demogorgon comes.
I think she would take a gun out to show him and say, "Hey, get out." I don't necessarily think pointing it right at him. Yeah.
Like I said, obviously the goal is to intimidate him to make him leave before the Demogorgon comes. I think there's definitely levels that she would work through, but I don't think that would be her first go-to thing.
I'm getting Weathering with You PTSD.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that whole gun point on who, gun point.
Yeah. Still waiting on that rehash, my friend.
I brought it up on the recap, and you said you didn't remember enough to refute. So. But yeah, I think it's a little out of her character to point it at him. I think she would pull it out.
I think if the gun was unloaded, if it had no bullets, and she pulled it on him like a bluff, I can see that being a thing as a motivation. If the gun was not loaded, and Steve didn't know it was loaded, like either or, it was also, Demogorgon could appear at any time since they just cut their hands and there's fresh blood, so any instant. So it was like she didn't have time to think. So it was just the first thing that came to her mind. It's like, this is such a jump that it could get Steve to see how serious I am to leave.
Yeah, that's what I was going for, or what I was saying. Like,
that's what it was played for.
There's definitely levels here that. So I think Nancy could end up pointing a gun at him, but she hasn't. It hasn't been shown for her to be adrenaline driven to immediately jump to this.
No, and she's also not mad at Steve. She doesn't have like an anger or like a, to fuel herself to like the point of holding a gun. She's like still cares for him. So I think revealing a gun would be something, but pointing is, agreed with Crimson, a bit too much.
Yeah.
on topic of Steve during the scene, I loved Steve during all this. He's like, "What's going on? Whoa, what is that? What's like? Put the gun down." The
It's
acting,
It's crazy.
the
It's crazy.
humor.
It's great.
Was good.
He is great. I love it because he is like the character that is most out of the loop, suddenly thrust in a situation he is wholly unprepared for.
That's true. He has no connection to any of the things going on in the main storyline.
I think it's
Exactly.
funny
Thrusted
that-
right into it.
Was it Nancy and Jonathan go down the hallway to the bedroom, and they know where the bear trap is and everything, and Steve's like prancing around, all scared.
Yeah.
He's like giving high knees and kicking everywhere, and
He's freaking out. It's great.
Joe Keery's
It was
a great actor. Sorry, Joe Keery's really good.
a pretty smart little trap they set up too, I think.
Yeah, I think they did a great job. Their little trap.
Oh, their plan?
Yeah. After all,
Especially
there's
the
only
yo-yo.
after all, there's only one Demogorgon here. So
Yeah.
you know.
What a nice connection with the yo-yo. Now they're just tool of the time to use. I guess with this writer, if we want to go to a point of yours,
Oh, sure. Let's. I want to jump to Hop charming his way past Dr. Brenner, more or less. I like how the calm, collected man that Hop is. Just it's like you're gonna do this because you don't really have a lot of volunteers for this, and I'm gonna go do my job. As an example of what might have been said, but I do
in
like
Brenner's head, it's like, oh, it's a way to get rid of him.
Yeah, and I do like the fact that Brenner just offers him a cigarette and he just lights it. It's one of those cool character moment things. Hop earned that one.
Yeah.
I have a reminder of why Hopper and Joyce went there.
To get in the portal, to get Will.
Okay, it was to go to the portal. Okay.
Yeah, their job is explicitly to
Then
get to
I
the portal.
find that. I don't like that.
Why?
Well, because Hopper ended up giving up 11 for it.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Well, yeah, but he didn't care about 11. He cares about getting
He
Will.
cares about kids. That's
Yeah.
kind of one of
Well,
his core
yeah,
character
but he
traits
knows nothing
going
about
on here.
11. His whole mission
Why
is to
would
get
that
Will
matter?
back. I think it would matter if him deciding, hey, Joyce, I can't get Will because this new kid, Russian, shaved girl is in the way.
Okay,
I don't think it's that black and white.
okay. I'm gonna fall on Crimson's side for this one purely for the fact of his character trait around kids. He doesn't need to know 11. He doesn't know Will all that well, and he's doing all this. So I think him giving up 11 is the weakest part of that scene.
Plus, he checked out 11's mom and stuff, so it's not like he's completely disconnected from 11.
No,
He got a peek into
Do you think
her origins and stuff.
Hop has pieced together that it's because of 11 that Benny's dead?
Yeah.
Okay. He could
He
see
knows,
it as
he
this
knows
is a way.
11. Yeah.
Okay, he could see it as this is a way to stop hurting people.
That's not how they portray it, if that's what they're going for.
No, the way
Yeah.
the way they portrayed is Hopper and his daughter Sarah is what he's trying to help Joyce not lose a kid of Will.
So you have to remember.
I think that's how it is with
You have
all
to-
the haunts and the flashbacks.
You also have to remember that the only benefit in the fact that he gives Elle up is that he's essentially trying to extract a guarantee from Branner that he's not going to harm the kids. Elle's included in that, but obviously Dr. Branner has no intention of honoring their agreement because he thinks he's just going to die in the portal.
Is 11 included in that?
Oh,
I don't think
absolutely.
he says 11.
He doesn't need to. He says the kids.
I'm gonna double check. I don't think he says the kids. I think he says the 3 boys.
All right. While you're double checking that will be dependent on whether it's character damaging or not. Whatever you walk away with, because if it's 3 boys, that's character damaging.
Yeah. Plus, let's. Does Hopper assume he's untrustworthy? Are we going with that as a facet? Or
Oh,
not?
Brenner's untrustworthy?
Yeah, we're going with he's untrustworthy, right?
Yes.
Does
I'll go with
Brenner
yes.
know? But does Hop know that?
Well, he's already distrusting of him to begin with. Like the question is, would he be? believing in his word.
I
Is
think
what I'm
this is more
posing.
working out the layers of damage that have been done, because I think there's damage in the fact that he's trying to make a deal here. Works only in the fact that it's in exchange for them to get to the portal. But I think on either way, Hop is going to walk away from this a little bit damaged. It's just a matter of the degree.
Well, I asked because he could have given the wrong location, because they put him in the portal before they even retrieve 11.
Yeah. Like I said, that in of itself is already damaging. Like right now, we're just trying to figure out the extent of the damage.
All right, Ryder. He says, you got to give me your word. This is Hopper talking to Brenner. He says, you got to give me your word. Nobody's ever going to find out about this. And those other 3 kids, those boys, you're going to leave them alone.
All right, that's character damaging then. That's damaging to Hop's character. I don't think he would have given Elle up. Especially since this is after the conversation he had with Elle when he realized he saw the water tank and the portal. There's definitely a look that Hop gives her that's very clearly intentional to show sympathy. So that's So that's even
Plus,
more.
we saw a room.
Does he know any other way he could have done it other than giving up Elle in order to get Will?
Well,
like I said, he could have given an incorrect location.
Yeah, he could have given
and
an incorrect
what
location.
that could have risked was them using Joyce and like, all right, you gave us something wrong. This time you better give it right, or we're taking out Joyce or something. He could have played around.
Do you think they checked that 11 was present before they allowed them to go into the Upside Down?
That's what they should have done, but they didn't do that. They just sent him through the portal.
With what we have, with what we have, he could have given a wrong location, and we would have worked out fine.
Yeah.
They would be punished when they came back, but they would have gotten Will at that point. And then it could be something that he has to give up Elle for real once they have saved Will outside of the portal.
Okay. Then it's played to the plot that's the only way 11 would have gotten in contact with the agents by telling the actual location of where to go.
Yeah.
Unless there's something of like some location Hop gave that isn't real, and they find a way to get to the school, like something like they hear a new call of like 11, or they see the school door close, or something like that while they drive by. Or
so that to me is, I think that as much as it's damning that he thinks this is going to work, I think that's more damaging as that's one of his core character traits being thrown to the wayside. Willy-nilly.
And it doesn't heal at all that at the end he's leaving food in a, what are those called?
Yeah, Dropbox.
That's purely luck, unfortunately, that he ended up in that way. That the government didn't take him in and just kill him. Or obviously the intention at the end of season 1 is he's working with the government now because he knows all this shit, so he might as well be included. I think that's the intention.
He's the eyes of the town while they're all in the lab.
Yeah, that's kind of the intention I get from that, and him leaving food in the box with the waffles and everything. It's a neat idea, but that's purely luck based upon what happened. Hop didn't know what was going to happen past this point.
No. He also does it, I guess you could say, after the month of the boys and everyone explained to him what happened to Elle, that she disappeared, so it's his way of believing she's out there somewhere. I think it could play a little bit of character healing that still after a month he still believes she's out there. And didn't just like say, she's gone.
Okay.
Or tell the boys,
well,
hey, she's
I don't
gone.
know why he thinks she's still out there anyways.
Yeah, the only reason I believe he thinks he's still out there is because he's working with the government, and the government knows something that everybody else doesn't.
That could be it.
So working with what I have in season 1, that's what I walk away with. That doesn't heal the damage done in this moment. It's still a good trait because I think this is something he would do, knowing that Elle is possibly still alive. But it doesn't. This moment happens separate from that.
Yeah, it's an after the fact of change over a month.
Yeah.
Time.
And while we're on Hop, may I jump to Hop's scenes with his daughter in this episode?
Sure. That's Sarah.
Yeah, fucking beautiful. I loved every bit of those scenes with his daughter, and him alone in the staircase is just, it's gut wrenching in the best way for that a storyteller would want.
I think it's an amazing shot of how it makes him look small, isolated. The Dutch angle of it in the stairwell, the yellowing of the wall of an uncomfortable color
Yep,
is it fits so well.
such a
Also, I'm glad that they did it in the last episode. There isn't hints all over the place of like him thinking of his daughter, or like here's a little tidbit here of a flashback, here's a little bit. It's like all saved for the last of showing Sarah.
yeah. Like we didn't. The thing is, we didn't need it because we already put the pieces together. This is just icing on the cake. You know,
Yeah.
like this is the cake is already made. You're just putting the cherry on top. That's what this is, and I think it's great.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's all icing. I think the cherry on the top is when he sees Will with the cord in his mouth, and he gets a flash of Sarah with the breather down her
Yep.
throat.
Yep, I quite like that too. On the subject of where I thought the flashbacks were too bad, were actually not great, was when I think it was whenever they were visiting Elle's original mom, and they were talking about what they were doing with the kid, and they were flash cutting to Elle and then back to present. I thought that was too much.
Okay. I thought it was fine.
I,
But
like
I
I
see
said,
what you mean.
like I said, it works. I just don't like it because it means that you had no faith in your audience. With all the stories that she's telling, like we didn't need the intercut flashes of Elle. Because we would have been able to make we obviously already came to the same conclusion that they're being brought into, but it's done explicitly for the audience, and there's really no story reason for it. It's just an editing choice, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's that's why I think those are the worst use of flashbacks. Where here we have the top use of flashbacks. So peak use.
Crimson, a second point for you.
Da-da-da-dum. We shall go with probably something at the school. We'll go with 11 killing all the dudes in the hallway and the lady dude.
The lady dude.
Social
The lady
services.
dude.
Social services.
Yeah, social services. Really quick. They were in a bad way. They didn't get out fast enough. Sure, fine, acceptable. I would not want to be on the team to clear a school. That would take forever. Search and clear.
Yeah, I would hate that as well.
But they found him relatively quickly. And 11, instead of incapacitating them by like chucking them on a wall or something, pop their brains. Good on her.
I like how it shows how powerful 11 is. Because she was able to target 3 guards behind her without looking at them and not harm Mike, Lucas, or Dustin.
And we saw earlier with the bully peeing himself that she could just freeze people, like Professor X.
If I could save time in a bottle. Sorry.
Dun, dun,
Well, that's
dun,
Quicksilver.
dun,
That's
dun.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they're virtually standing in
franchise.
place.
Sure. Yeah, I liked the visuals. Their eyes and ears bleeding. 11 took a beating because usually it's just the nose and sometimes the ears. She got both there, and then like I think the makeup department did something to her. Again, it looked more pale,
Where her eyes looked red.
and it looked like she had more blue veins on her temples.
Yeah, her eyes
She
definitely
definitely exhausted herself on it.
Yeah,
Yeah, and the eyes.
her eyes definitely have the blood red, like vein, like a blood burst, blood vessels bursting when she's having her final showdown with the Demogorgon.
But we want to touch on makeup a little. I think the makeup they did on Steve after getting beat looked really good.
That was good. Very solid.
Indeed, very solid.
And a good color. Good color red. Very believable.
Yeah, coming from Crimson. Okay.
I'm an expert on red.
Sure. Let's see. Something I want to touch on. Oh, okay. I didn't understand what this note I wrote down says. It says they dished Will's plate for him. I didn't know what that meant. Got it. I'll touch on this the slug that came out of Will,
All right.
and that he's now breeding.
Okay. Phrase that a little better.
Okay,
No, you phrased it perfectly.
The 12-year-old's
That's-
breeding now.
Yeah. No, it's phrased perfectly. What are you talking
you
about?
put an
Crimson?
age.
Well, I mean, that's what Will's age is. So, yeah.
He's
a,
vomiting up upside down slugs that are living.
he's a breeding ground. It's fine.
Eat slug.
Yeah, eat slug. Yes, I think it's cool that it could be played off one of each way, depending on. You can think it's gravity that's pulling the slug down and it's not alive, or you could say that it is living and it moves on its own. I believe that it's alive, but
I mean, you know what's past this season.
I do know what's past the season. But I think it's alive by season 1. But yeah, right after before Will washes his hands, his plate's completely empty. When he comes back to the table, his plate's all dished up for him.
Meaning
that's
they,
not
Are
an
you
error,
saying
it's just something I spotted.
continuity, or they
No, it's just
just
something
gave
I
him more
spotted.
food?
I can just think that his mom dished him up.
Okay.
you mean they filled this plate with
Chris-
food? Is that what you mean by the verb dish?
Yeah, dished
Okay.
up.
Okay.
You got
Never
dished
heard
up.
dished up?
Nope.
No?
Never heard of it till this day.
Is that
Yeah,
real?
yeah.
Or
Yeah, if you had like a a family style dinner and there's food
you get
everywhere
served?
and you take your plate, you get served if it's individual to you. If you pick up your plate and you give it to someone and say, "Hey, can you dish me up?" They'll take your plate and get all the food on it for you and then give it back.
It's never happened in my life, but I'll take
You
your
guys
word for
never
it.
done that? You've never dished up?
I mean,
Well, never said
I've
dished
never,
up.
I've never used the verb dished up before, but I have technically, under the definition presided to, we have dished up before. Yes.
Oh.
You're a dish upper, writer?
I did, dude. Thanksgiving, I get dished up. Thanksgiving is like the holiday of getting dished up. All right, wow! I can't believe you guys have never said dished up. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's funny. That.
Crimson, do you have anything else in this episode?
I'll talk about the Demogorgon death / 11 death.
Oh, it's in a great.
Question mark? I don't really know what happened.
She
I don't really
atomized
get
him,
it.
I guess.
Yeah, I get what she did to him. I don't know why she got atomized alongside. I would have thought her brain just fried and she'd die or something instead of disintegrate. In this scenario, being
Maybe
season
she
1.
doesn't know how her powers work to the fullest either.
Oh.
She's
Could
unlocked
be,
her.
could
She's
be.
unlocking her full potential now.
And the wrist rocket came into play and was as effective as they claimed. they did nothing.
Well, no. I think it's funny that they know the Demogorgon is getting shot up with hundreds of bullets, and they're like, "Get the rocks!"
Yeah.
Like, what else are you gonna do?
If
right?
I were them, I would
Yeah.
try diving out the window at this point.
You know what? I'm gonna do one better, Crimson. They're in the science classroom, right? Start playing with chemicals.
Being in a science classroom, I think someone should have fortified the door,
With what?
desks or something like.
The Demogorgon's not
Dustin.
going to bust open the
Well, I'm
door.
just thinking
still?
Dustin's carrying Elle, and they set her down on a science table. I don't know why Lucas or Dustin doesn't run back while Mike's checking on Elle to like start fortifying the door or something. Because they don't even lock the door;
They're
they come in
scared.
and shut it.
Do you think
I guess-
Demogorgons are as smart as raptors? Do you think they know how to open doors?
No,
seriously, come on.
I mean, it busts down the door. I know, but I just think
Guys,
that
we're overlooking
any
one
protection
crucial
would
thing.
help.
We're looking over one crucial thing. They fortify the door, and then we could just have it crawl through the wall.
that'd be cool.
Whoa.
You know how much that would be a funny joke if they're like fortifying the door, and then they see the walls
Oh,
start
we
moving. They're like,
got him!
take it down, and they start taking down the fortification.
I can see that as a bit of a visual gag. That'd be funny.
But they won't have the
Isn't that in
fear.
cartoons? Doesn't that happen in cartoons? Something
Yeah.
or something like a Scooby Doo or something. They start fortifying the whole wall, and they turn around and the ghost's there, and then they start like taking everything away.
And then in Velma, they just make fun of it, the fact they used to do it.
I didn't mean to.
And then mock you for enjoying it.
No.
It
Watch
sucks.
our Velma coverage.
Not Velma.
It sucks being fans of things today, doesn't it, guys?
It does.
Anywho, So the Demogorgon thing, is that it, Crimson? Just
yeah, I don't know if you guys want to talk more on it or my
Yeah.
coverage was enough. Yeah.
Dr. Brenner gets eaten, I think.
he gets jumped.
Yeah, he gets jumped on.
He
We
gets
don't
jumped
really
on.
see it
Now,
eaten or anything.
yeah,
He gets-
I thought he's dead. He's dead. But Jonathan was also jumped on by the Demogorgon.
Yeah, and
So we don't
drooled in
know.
his mouth.
So
Yeah, we don't know.
So wait, are you telling me that he comes back in later seasons and I just
I'm
haven't
saying
seen
there's
it
a possibility he's alive. We didn't see him die.
But we see him munch down on his head. Fuck.
We see the Demogorgon jump on him, and we've also seen the Demogorgon jump on Jonathan. It got off of Jonathan because Nancy shot it. It immediately cut to a new scene once it jumped on Brenner. We don't know.
That's.
We can go with he's dead because there's no agents around him, so he's probably
Yeah, who
dead.
could have saved him?
I'm sure Ryan Johnson has a credit here somewhere. That's all I'm saying.
No, I got Duffer Brothers, and Paul Dichter.
No, I'm saying if he comes back. I'd rather him just be dead. It's so much better if he's still just dead.
Ryder, do you have anything else?
Let's see. I like how hard Hop works to what is it called? I like how hard Hop works to try and revive Will, with during the CPR. Yeah. I think it's very good intercutting again with the history, his flashbacks. We get the conclusion of it. Actually, all his flashbacks. I think I touched on the main one, which is him crying in the hallway, but him calming Joyce, remembering how he used to calm his daughter, bringing back that memory. Good use of that. I think most of his history stuff is a good transition.
Yes. Very true.
I suppose the last thing I have here that I think Ryder will probably get is Will in the hospital is almost shot for shot similar to Frodo waking up in Rivendell.
This would be correct, yeah. You know what my issue with that scene is?
It's not as good.
Yes, but also the hospital would have scanned him and would have found the baby slugs.
Oh, yeah, they would have X-rayed him.
Get that out of here. Get that logic out of here.
1983, what equipment did they have in 1983?
He should have also been in quarantine
X-rays.
for being wherever the heck he was.
X-rays. Bro, this is not that far back.
Also, some of the agents are dead. Not all the agents are dead. So I think they would have checked out Will's body or been in the hospital. Or maybe they covered up the hospital.
Covered up the hospital.
Maybe he did get checked and they covered it up.
And then they kidnap Will to experiment on him.
They take Hopper, but maybe they keep
I was saying what they would do. They would take the kid because they would want to figure out what's going on.
They've already established that they're willing to take kids.
Yeah.
I think that's my biggest problem with the hospital scene. The homage to the Return of the King, I did enjoy. But
oh my god, elephant.
Yeah, I was waiting for Legolas to show up, but didn't quite.
Well, it wasn't in slow motion.
Yeah. That's what makes it inferior. But yeah, my biggest thing is that he's in the hospital and no one detected the fucking dimensional slugs. That's a bit of a problem for me.
Yeah, anything up with his biology change or anything.
Yeah.
Give him a CAT scan. Yeah. Well, I think that wraps up all 8 episodes of Stranger Things Season 1. Unless anyone has little touch things. I have one little touch thing, I guess. Is I commented how much it's like E.T. There is so much E.T. stuff in here. Being on bikes. 11 being telepathic. She has a pink outfit with a blonde wig. Dr. Brenner gives her a flower in her bed. She reaches out to Mike when she's dying.
There's walkie-talkies instead of guns? Whoops.
Well, there's no CGI fix of... Okay, the kids don't have shotguns that turn into walkie-talkies. but there was just a lot of ET stuff in here that I caught. So
Where's the Reese's Pieces?
also when Mike is showing 11 around the house, and he's like showing the Star Wars toys.
Oh, yeah, we skipped over the Millennium Falcon flying scene.
Yes, where she's not bleeding. Her nose is not bleeding.
Her nose is not bleeding. And I also want to say that I have that exact toy.
Oh, sweet! You gave it to them to use in 2016. How nice of you.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's probably worth some money.
I see where I walked into that grammar wise. I'll accept that.
Do you have the Millennium Falcon toy from 1979?
Wow. Here's the thing about it.
Or 77?
Here's the thing about it. That's they just repackaged that same toy for the next 30 years, pretty much.
Oh, so you got a re-release toy.
Okay, so you got a re-release new model.
No, it's not. No, it's not a remodel. It's the same toy. It works exactly the same, but they just
re-release.
Yeah.
New plastic.
Yeah, there are new.
Yours isn't yellowed.
Yeah, there are new variations of it now, but that was the predominant Millennium Falcon toy for quite a long while.
No, I know. You had it on your wall up on the far right side, right above your film reel.
Yes, I did.
Aha. All right, well, I think we'll cover that for Stranger Things and go into summaries and ratings.
Let me ask a question first.
Sure, you can ask a question. I'll ask a question. Maybe Ryder will.
Yeah. All right. Top 3 characters. Go. Whoever wants to start.
Did you say top 3?
Yeah, top 3.
Yeah, we'll go Ryder, Crimson, me.
Because Hopper's on the top of our list, so I'm curious what the other 2 would be.
Let's see. Obviously, it's Barbara, Dr. Branner. Okay.
Okay, you got a third one.
No. Let me. Okay, so Hopper's my favorite character. Pretty by far and away. At least for the first season. My second favorite character. It used to be Mike, but I think upon rewatch, it's probably Lucas. As for the kid group. Third is gonna be Jonathan. No, I'm gonna go with Joyce. I like Joyce.
I guess I'll go. Hopper, number 1, easy one. Steve, numero 2, and Karen, number 3.
Wow, Karen Wheeler.
Yeah, she was a good mom in this, even though you kept trying to make her a bad mom. She was got a good level of concern.
Neglecting.
Yeah, but before you give us your answers, Springs, I kind of want to comment on the Wheeler mom. One of the things I did like about her was how she knew what her daughter was doing, but she was only willing to push her so far. She wanted her daughter to open up on her own, which is about the best you can do.
She gave Mike time as well after Will's passing when the dad's like, "Shall I go talk to him?" He's like, "No."
Yeah, I think that's about the best. I think that's about the best you can do as a parent. So, all right, sorry, Springs.
Because if you push your kids too far, you just push them away.
Mine is pretty similar to Crimson's. Hopper number 1, Steve number 2, and Dustin number 3.
Guy.
I wonder if I watch this a third time. It'll be Dustin in place of Lucas.
I like Dustin out of the most of the kids because he seems the most caring about everyone. Trying to rekindle everything, make sure they're all together as a team, all on the same page, working together.
Yeah.
He brings the snacks.
Yeah, he brings the snacks. He's the caretaker of the team.
The snack. He checks up on Nancy, offers her the slice of pizza. He's the one who carries 11.
He's got a lot going for him. He's a good kid.
Mike and Lucas just get into tantrums, and I'm just Cool. My question I wanted to pop up was mainly to Ryder, but to both. What was the best written episode?
Not the one we ripped to shreds. What was that, 5? Episode 1? 1 or 2? What was the start and end of 2?
The start of 2 was the boys bring 11 to Mike's house and formulate a plan, and then the end of it is Barb gets attacked by the Demogorgon, disappears. So that's the whole Steve party.
Yeah, okay. I'll say 1. I think episode 1.
Oh, that's funny. I think episode 1 is probably one of the stronger episodes. Let's see. Worst written episode.
That was the question, right? This most
Or the
well
best.
written.
Yeah. What was the best written
Yeah.
episode?
Oh, yeah.
That was the question. The
Oh,
best
then
one.
yeah. Sorry, I misheard that. Then yes, I'm pretty much in agreement with Crimson. I think episode 1 is the best.
Okay.
Do you have an answer to that?
I liked episode 6. The monster one.
Oh, is that the one you think is the most
Oh,
well
wait.
written?
Wait. No, that's not the answer I wanted to give. That's not the most well-written one. No.
You said you liked it.
I did. Sorry, I like 6. No, I think the most well-written episode is episode 1. Sorry, I am in agreement.
All right.
Obviously, follow-up question: least favorite / worst written episode.
I have 2.
Yeah, I'm bouncing between 2 as well. Wait,
2.
you mean you picking 2 as your episode, or you're bouncing between 2?
Episode 2, I think, is the worst written one. Maybe. Or it's just the one I had a lot of questions on, like a lot of questionable errors, and I want why. That's the episode I brought up. That it's like, why did this happen? Why was this happening? And they don't really get fixed or touched on later. I'm sure Crimson's going to say 5.
That's the one I thought I talked a lot on.
That's the
Yes.
flea and the acrobat.
Yeah, I'd say 5 or 2. I'll lean towards 5.
I think there are bigger problems that come later, at least in the world building aspect. But I think I'm also stuck between 2 and 5.
We're also connected. I wonder if our scores are going to be the same.
Oh, who knows?
We're gonna
All
find
right.
out right now, right?
Any final questions, or are we good into summary and ratings?
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right, cool. Well, Crimson went first, so Crimson, you're going.
I've gone for so many times today.
You just said you're good, so yeah, give you the limelight.
Okay. I usually don't do a summary, so I will continue that by not doing one. I'll just jump into my subjective stuff. So, being my second time seeing season 1, I did find it more enjoyable than my original viewing. I don't necessarily know why. Don't know if it's because my taste has changed, or the previous seasons have kind of changed my mind on stuff.
Did you binge it the first time you watched it?
I don't remember enough to answer that.
Okay, because you said this time you binged it all the way through.
I did. I probably did, but I cannot give you an actual answer.
Okay.
So it was more enjoyable. Going into this, I was thinking, I'll probably give it a 6 subjective. Obviously, by my statement, it is no longer that low. I think I'm giving it a 7. The characters I thought were super annoying were only somewhat annoying or not annoying at all anymore. I remember the father and mother, that Karen and the dad. I remember their dynamics being funnier, so I guess that's just later seasons. But I do like the dad in this. We didn't really cover him too much, but he was funny. Something I definitely like this season over the others, without really giving away anything in the others, is I think this has a good blend of humor and serious. I think the later seasons kind of teeter more towards the humor side and on the scales, because they are still serious, but I think there's just more humor in them. I think this did well with the horror aspect. Well, we talked about the Demogorgon not getting fully seen for most of the show, which I think was a good choice on their parts. Even the photograph, you can barely even tell what that is, knowing what it looks like.
Yeah.
I think they did good with all that. I'll go into my objective. So I saw more problems covering this than I did when I watched it. Going into this, I was going to give it an 8. It is no longer an 8. It is dropped to a 7, down an entire point. The inconsistency that with the government and how serious they are about containment, mostly revolving around killing, what's his name, Benny? The restaurant guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Benny.
Yeah. I think killing Benny caused a lot of problems for how serious the government agency is. Because I brought up examples where they should have, because they did kill him. I question why they even needed to kill him. I think that's a problem. Hopper is someone they definitely should have killed because they killed the restaurant guy. 100%. I don't think setting him up to be drunk and then just letting him continue his investigations, I don't think that made any sense for them when they could have fairly easily gotten away with just getting rid of him as an obstacle. The Demogorgon has some inconsistencies with it. We kind of talked about its fading aspect. I don't know if it's an actual teleport, but it fades in and out of existence here. Mostly. Well, it fades out of existence. Which is inconsistent. I would agree with the portal thing with the trap if we actually saw it go down, but it just fades away. The blood is also inconsistent, the way it tracks people. Because we are led to believe it's by blood, but we do have instances where there is no blood. So it's kind of murky. Following the blood rule, it's inconsistent. Hopper giving away 11 at the end, I think, damaged his core character trait of caring for kids when it wasn't the only option he had. I gave an alternative, but I'm sure there's even more out there. I gave the opportunity. He could have given a false lead, especially since they didn't even check up before letting him go in there. They just went along to get him killed in there, which was a big mistake on the government's side. And the points you guys made about Will not really getting checked out at the end. I think he should be in quarantine in general, but definitely the X-ray would have revealed something. So I think that is a problem. I've listed a lot of problems, but the good stuff is the characters are mostly consistent. The visuals are good. The CG is pretty decent. There are some dips in the quality. I'll leave it there. I've kind of taken too much already from you guys.
All right. Well, Ryder, go second.
All right. I'll give my subjective first, as I always do. It's gonna be a very, very familiar pattern today for me, at least. My subjective is a 7. I went through this. I have a lot of nostalgic attachment to it. It is. I think I've only started rewatch. I remember starting a rewatch of the show, but I just never finished the rewatch. Which means I do have the incentive to rewatch it. I just know something came up. It's a very enjoyable show. I think it balances humor and serious tone very, very well. I remember starting season 2, and I remember not continuing because I just didn't enjoy it as much. I think a lot of that lends to this is just being a very, very well balanced first season in terms of humor, character interactions, and amongst other things that are quite enjoyable. It's definitely, it feels more horror themed than it is actual horror, but I suppose that depends on your definition. I quite like the show, obviously, but yeah, solid 7. So for objective, I came into this at about where I thought it was going to end up. So my rating did not change because I had my skepticisms, but there were some things that improved and there were some things that were made worse. I'll focus on the characters. I think the characters, by and large, are consistent. The kids, as a group, bounce off each other very, very well. They have a clear dynamic, and it's clearly established, and it's built on as the show continues on. I like Crimson was rather annoyed with Lucas on my first watch through, I think, but I think this time around I had come around to quite enjoying him as a character, which is why he's so high up on my current 3 favorite characters, which I'm sure will fluctuate again. But let's see, the parents, kind of talked about them at length. I'll talk about Joyce. Joyce is a very, very good character, walking the edge between losing one's own mind or feeling like you're losing your mind, but also end up being right in the end. I used to call in my notes outside of Joyce. I occasionally called her crazy lady, just when she's interacting with people in public, like her shouting mouth with Jonathan in the street. And then I think I've called Steve a very deep character at some point during the podcast, and if I haven't, I'm doing it now. Steve is a very, very well written character. There's a lot of layers to him here in the first season that I really appreciate. He doesn't really have a redemption arc. It's just he's a side character who is eventually thrust into something in the main plot, which I think works really, really well for him. So he has a more comedic role in the finale, but there's enough character work done with him that we all are endeared to him to some degree by the end of the first season, which I think is a testament to his writing. And the actor's portrayal, because the actor does a good job as well. Kind of lumped all the boys together. I'll talk about Elle. We kind of... Her issues stem more from her world building than it does from her as a character. So I think she's fine. The actress does a great job with so few lines, but still acting out the character without having much dialogue. Then Jonathan I think the strangest episode for Jonathan for me was episode 2, which is mostly for the creepy stuff, which is why, because most of the time he's a likable character, and that's the only time it almost crosses a line as we realize that he's not a quote-unquote good person all the time. Not that I expect him to be a good person all the time, it's just, it contrasts, I think, with everything else a little bit, where we see him in a better light for most of the show. Better light than Steve for much of the show. Oh boy. I'll finish off with Hop because I think I can get stuck here for a while. Hop, I think, is as I said, my favorite character of the season, and we all walk away with that, at least for the first season. I think that's to his strength. Because the writers, I think, had a very good intention of what they wanted to do with this character, at least in the first season. And the stuff with his daughter helps be an excellent motivator. And I think he's a very, very consistent character up until the one aspect that we started breaking down here in the final episode, where he could have done more. The plot is littered with a few conveniences and lucky things that happen for things to turn out a specific way. Nothing gangrenously destructive to the story, but they're just noticeable and they need to be acknowledged. I think what had helped with the world building was the sense of community that it did in the first few episodes, but what detracts from the world building points is near the end is a lot of the government being inconsistent with how they would have handled Hop. The Demogorgon's powers aren't clear enough. Crimson went through those verbatim, so I'll keep, because he went through a lot of the world building stuff already that I had issue with. But my objective is also a 7.
Oh boy, 2 7s, eh? All right. What do I begin with? Let's go summary. Great season. I'll watch it again, probably in the future. during like some kind of big binge of all seasons. It feels very 80s nostalgic, as I said, very ET, very Alien, very reference to other things, Spielberg, Carpenter, Kane, of their works. But subjectively, I really enjoy it. I think of the 4 seasons, I think it's my favorite. It's real close with 4. I do like season 4, but I think this one's my favorite and just beats it. And being a big 80s guy, I kind of knew that my score might be a little higher than the two of you. My subjective is 8.5.
Just a little
I
bit.
I think on my first watch I would have given it a 9, but after the more seasons have come out, it is lowered because there's just more they've added to the world and everything. So 8.5. Objectively, I think the acting is phenomenal. All the actors do such an amazing job. All the child actors are great. Everyone's fantastic. Matthew Modine as Brenner is great. Joe Keery, I think, is great as Steve. David Harbour, Winona Ryder, wonderful. I think the setting and the costumes and the design of everything to give it the 80s feel. Ryder, you pointed out the Egos. It's wonderful detail that I don't know anything that's past that looks modern or not from the time period of 83. That's very good. The effects, I think the particle effects are really good. Crimson, you said you didn't care for it. You thought it was very cheap. I liked it. I thought it was really good. I think the CGI usage is not over the top and very minor at points. There are some green screen effects, but we touched on how the lighting in episode 8, was it? When they fight, or episode 7? 8 when
Lighting
they fight the
in which
Demogorgon.
part?
Anyway, the lights flashing helps with the CGI usage. Which wasn't also entirely CG. It was practical with CGI overdone over it. So I really like that, and the lighting just throughout of the artificial, really making the natural lighting of Joyce's house just be the outside lights until she wants to communicate with Will. There's like no other lights on unless it's to communicate with Will, which is, I think, a great detail. The Whaler's house is fine. Nothing really big on that. The school is fine. I think all the laboratory, I guess, lighting, it's all dark in the section that's quarantined that they don't use. I found it a little weird that they do tests on the gate, but the gate's never guarded. It's just like the last floor of the elevator, and it's like no one goes down there kind of thing. So I guess if the elevator's coming up, that's how they guard it on every other floor, I suppose. What have I not touched on? The writing. I think the writing's real well done. I just figured to touch that not one writer did all episodes and that there were multiple different writers and even a different director if it changed anyone's thoughts, especially writers being the writer. So I was just curious on that. Not saying that what I think is the worst written episode is an insufferable, unwatchable episode. Not at all. I'm just saying out of all the choices I thought it was. So the writing's all wonderful. I think the Duffer Brothers have a wonderful vision on what they were going with, of referencing things and adapting their own story without stealing things from others. I think the closest they got was E.T., but
yeah. Might I interject just a little bit, because I don't think I commented on the whole team of writers thing.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So my thing with when there's more than one writer per episode, like there's different writers for each episode, or to something to that degree. Usually, my opinion of that is, as long as they work together, it'll work out fine. I've just seen examples where writers don't communicate together, and it doesn't. I think here it works really well. The writers play to their strengths in each episode, I think, and they communicate enough to carry the vision through. So,
yeah, I'm in agreement with the writers. I think also the directors, it was the Duffer Brothers, except for episode 3 and 4 with Sean Levy. And I do personally, I can see a difference in the direction of those episodes. They were a little more
the
character
CW ones,
focused.
right?
Yeah, a little more the teen drama or how the boys react, less on the monster mystery and more of like relationships between characters. And I think that's still fine and should be present in the show to give a strength on the bond of who has what with who, and not all focused on this mystery show. So I think that was also very well done, but it can come across and be shown. What about the score? Oh my gosh, the score is great. Not just the music choices of the 80s where they did, because there's some things that are a little off, like Africa by Toto, when like Steve and Nancy are making out and Barbara's in the pool. Didn't really connect, but that's a soundtrack situation, and I think Sinister would have a good talk on that. But for the score, I think the score sounds so wonderfully done. It's not just synth wave at all times to stick with the 80s. It's got some synth wave. It's got some little instrumental rock. It's got some I don't know what to call it. It's that like, you know, that classic Alien like ooh wee ooh kind of noise, whatever instrument that is, kind of usage. I believe they used it in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That noise they have some in their background music.
Was it
and
a theremin?
Might be a theremin. That might be what I'm thinking of. I think they use theremin in some parts as well, and it's just I think it's wonderful. And the first song used in episode 1 when you first get introduced to the kids, besides the theme, I think it's actually before the theme even starts playing. The song "Kids" that they did plays, and I have on my playlist. I think "Kids" is a great song. It's wonderful. So the music's great. Cinematography, I guess that's the last thing I'll touch on. Cinematography, I think, is really well. There's a lot of cool things. There's some Dutch angles. There's some panning shots, tracking shots, close-ups. I don't think there's any extreme close-ups. I don't remember any. But it was very well done. Very good cuts of editing in parts. Some editing is a little questionable. I think Crimson, you pointed out there was a part where Hopper was going to discuss something that kind of hard cut it, where it's not really given, and it would have helped for an extra like couple seconds to show what he was doing or something. Or maybe Ryder, you were the one who pointed it out. That didn't really break anything for me. I didn't like go, what was he doing? What was happening? I kind of just came up with an answer on my own, or just accepted, or didn't need the answer, or some part. But that was just me enjoying it. I don't know anyone else who was out there thinking of different scenes that could have used more time.
Yeah, my complaints about editing were kind of dropped for other points that I would bring up. So
yeah. I think that's everything. I had a little gripes. I think I found 3 continuity errors. Some questioning things that weren't touched on, but not breaking, not world breaking or character breaking or anything. So overall, objectively, I'm giving it an 8.
All right. I guess, do we have any final thoughts, gentlemen, before I read us out?
I think it would be cool if people wanted to hear us do more Stranger Things, that we could do Stranger Things Season 2. Right now, I think we'll just keep it on hold unless we get feedback.
It's probably for the best.
just so no one's thinking like next season we're going to do Season 2 of Stranger Things. I'm just so that's out there. If you guys listening would like to hear us do Stranger Things Season 2 and get into it, because Ryder's done a couple episodes and Crimson's probably hasn't seen it in a very long time and can't remember half of it. So
correct.
All right. Do you have anything, Crimson, or shall I read us out?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Well then, as always, audience, thank you for listening. We made it a year, still working on that high. But as always, thank you for listening wherever you are, be it Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, Pocket Cast, and Samsung. And if you're on the YouTube side of things, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. Please tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. As always, I have been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.